Good morning, everyone. Nice to have a response sometimes. Thank you. And today we are going to be having Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday, July 12th. And I will call to order that meeting. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Phillips appearing in person and Supervisors Askew, Lopez, and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions and corrections for closed session?
There are none, Chair.
Thank you very much. Then we will be having closed sessions, items 1A through E. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything on our closed session agenda for today? Okay, then I will ask you to come forward. Do you have an organized approach for this morning? Great, okay. And I will have the timer set because there's so many, we've got a packed agenda for 1.5 minutes as we go through. So can you tell me how many people will be speaking? 8. I think I'll go ahead and allow it to be 2 minutes. So if you're welcome. Okay, so then anyone who wishes to speak to anything on our closed session agenda, please come forward. And if you could sort of line yourselves up if you have an idea so that we can be able to move through, since I've given the additional 30 seconds here. Thank you so much for your help. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, supervisors, members of the community, and fellow Monterey County registered nurses. My name is Jennifer Jean-Pierre. I have been a registered nurse at Natividad for the past 5 years, working in the ICU. I am also the chief nurse representative of our union, California Nurses Association for Monterey County. I have dedicated my career to the profession of nursing. As registered nurses, it is our ethical and legal duty to act as fierce advocates for the care and safety of our patients. That often means that as nurses, we have to stand up professionally and courageously, and sometimes in direct conflict with our managers, directors, and even physicians to ensure our professional judgment, experience, and firsthand knowledge of patients we are caring for at the bedside receive the highest and safest level of care we can provide. Unfortunately, this is not the environment at our labor and delivery and mental health nurses are facing. I stand in solidarity with them. They are facing dangerous short staffing and working conditions that puts our patients and nurses at risk. You will hear their stories today. Our next contract negotiation meeting is in 2 days, July 14th. It is my hope Monterey County will hear the calls of our elected supervisor support for your leadership and for your courage to stand with the nurses and patients of our shared community. We need immediate solutions on the ground, and we need a long-term solution like a fair and safe contract that prioritizes our patients and nurses by addressing the chronic and dangerous short staffing, eroding working conditions, growing incidents of workplace violence, lack of management support in respect of our professional judgment, and to work with us to finally resolve the retention and recruitment crisis we have faced since before the onset of 2020 COVID pandemic. I look forward to working with each and every one of you elected supervisors to ensure our frontline nurses never have to say again that our patients are at risk, that our nurses are at risk, and that only level 2 trauma hospital on the Central Coast is not putting patients, nurses, and public health first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So as a part of the Madam of decorum here, that we asked you please not to applaud. Okay. You want to shake your hands, that's fine, but please just follow what we have as sort of protocol here. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, supervisors, members of our community, and the Monterey County registered nurses. My name is Vicki Brigantino. I've been a registered nurse at Natividad for the past 28 years. My nursing career has solely been dedicated to Natividad Medical Center, specifically the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, or NICU. I have the opportunity to work both as a permanent and per diem employee. As a registered nurse, it is my ethical and legal duty to act as a patient advocate for the care and safety of our patients. That often means standing up professionally, courageously, and sometimes in direct conflict with my managers, supervisors, and physicians to ensure that I can provide the highest and safest care. Unfortunately, that has not been the environment at Natividad for the past several years. I have been called almost daily to work short staff shifts, and many of my scheduled shifts have also been short on staff. This is not a safe environment for patient care and retention of quality nursing staff. The county needs to find a solution to properly and safely train current nursing staff incentive new recruits, and as well as our per diem nurses to come and stay working at Natividad. We as the county registered nurses are calling on our elected board of supervisors to stand with the frontline registered nurse and prioritize the health and safety of our patients and RNs. We need immediate as well as long-term solutions like fair, safe contract that prioritizes our patients and nurses by addressing short staffing, lack of management support, real patient care nursing, due process, and other contract language protections. We also need our supervisors to ensure management works with us and the frontline RNs and for the supervisors to finally address the recruitment and retention crisis we have faced since before the pandemic. Our patients and nurses can wait no longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, supervisors, community, and fellow Monterey County registered nurses. My name is Jamie Gams, and I have been a registered nurse in the neonatal intensive care unit in Natividad for the past 6 years. I have dedicated my career to the profession of nursing, but as registered nurses, we cannot safely perform our legal and ethical duties to act as patient advocates under dangerous working conditions when our professional judgment and experiences are dismissed, silenced, and disregarded. Let me paint a picture of a scenario that plays out routinely in our unit. We start our shift with every nurse maxed out on the number of patients we are legally allowed to care for. This means we already don't have an available admitting nurse. Meanwhile, our labor and delivery unit is also saturated with patients and chronically understaffed. Halfway through the evening, an emergency code is called, meaning that a mother and baby are in distress, and our charge nurse and healthcare team must immediately respond to that emergency. Luckily, the mom and baby make it through the delivery, but the newborn infant still needs our care, meaning multiple nurses are pulled away from their patient assignments. To make matters worse, the charge nurse is now admitting the baby and has her own patient assignment. But the charge nurse still has to unsafely juggle her charge duties and direct patient care for the rest of the shift, and high-risk deliveries don't stop coming. All of these factors are a recipe for disaster. Today, I stand with fellow county nurses and calling on our elected board of supervisors to stand with us and start prioritizing the safety of our patients and nurses. Chronic unsafe staffing is not due to a new nursing shortage. The real truth is that registered nurses do not want to work under dangerous conditions. The real truth is that the county has not done everything in their power to retain its experienced and dedicated nursing workforce. The real truth is that we need real solutions like a fair and safe contract that prioritizes patient safety language, including nurse-to-patient ratio law, workplace violence regulations, and working conditions and due process protections that put our patients and nurses first. Our newborns, mothers, community, and nurses deserve nothing less. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sandra Hurtado. I worked at Natividad in labor and delivery as a nurse since 2012, and I was there since 2009 as a clerk. I'm here today to bring awareness to the chronic ongoing unsafe work conditions at Natividad. Just to piggyback on that, last night I worked 17 hours. Last week, I had my orientee that I was training. I was not able to orient her as needed because there was too many patients with too many illnesses, and I had to take care of another patient, and I was not safely orienting her. This is not ideal or a safe training situation in a high-risk specialty area like labor and delivery. On this day, the charge nurse also had to have her own patient in addition to her charge nurse duties and catch babies, which is part of her responsibility at times as well. Monterey County nurses have repeatedly called on senior administrators to put the safety of our patients first. Nurses repeatedly act as a sworn patient advocate for our license as required for California law. Today, I stand with my fellow nurses and calling our elected board of supervisors to stand with us. We are calling on you as our community leaders to advocate just like nurses and prioritize the safety of our patients and nurses. Labor and delivery has lost many nurses due to the chronic stressing and worsening safety conditions. Without real interventions, we will continue to lose more nurses. We need immediate solutions to reduce the high turnover of nurses. We need realistic long-term solutions, nursing practice, safety language in our contract to fix the retention and recruitment crisis at Natividad. Without your leadership and advocacy, our patients, our community, and our dedicated nurses will continue to suffer. That is not only a shame, it is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jessica Thomas, and I'm a registered nurse at Natividad Medical Center. I have worked in the labor and delivery unit for the last 6 years. I was actually one of the registered nurses who recently spoke out last month regarding the chronic short staffing, which is unsustainable and dangerous. Since then, these conditions have not improved. And so myself, along with my colleagues, have spoken with nurses across the hospital, and we are all here to call on your help today. I will once again speak for the patients and fellow nurses in labor and delivery. I was recently working in the charge nurse role just last night. I started my shift with not an adequate amount of nurses to safely staff my unit. All of my patients were high risk on our unit, including patients trialing labor after a cesarean, patients at risk for preterm delivery, and patients requiring a higher level of monitoring for their baby. I had an emergency C-section going on and another one needing to happen, and not enough staff to start that second section, which caused a delay in care for our mom. That is not okay. It is not, in fact, it is not if a situation will happen, but when a terrible outcome will occur. Chronic unsafe staffing and our senior administration's refusal to listen to and respect the judgment and experience of the frontline nurses has created a volatile mix of danger looming around every single corner. We cannot safely care for our patients and your constituents. Our mothers, our unborn babies, and our nurses deserve better. We need your leadership and intervention. Settle a fair and safe contract that includes our key patient care language. We need real change and contractual protections for our patients and for better nursing practice. We are your advocates. We are here for you, and we need you to be here for us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Good morning, supervisors, members of our community, and fellow Monterey County nurses. My name is Trina Tully Rodriguez, and I have been a registered nurse for nearly 7 years, and I've worked at Natividad Medical Center for the last 2. I've dedicated my entire career to my specialty, and I feel obligated to speak out on behalf of my patients and my unit. As a registered nurse, I have direct knowledge of the conditions on our unit. The nurses on our unit are under duress and experiencing a true crisis. Patient safety and optimal outcomes are being compromised due to this staffing crisis. It's my duty to my patients and to my profession to speak out when I see cause for alarm. Unfortunately, our concerns are not being taken seriously. Our chronic challenges are safe nurse-to-patient ratios based on the standards of our specialty, retention of qualified nurses, recruitment of additional nurses which are competent in our specialty, lack of proper rest and meal breaks, and overall lack of respect for those of us on the front line of patient care. Let me share an example. On a recent shift on my labor and delivery unit, I had a patient that, according to the standards of our specialty, should have been a 1-to-1 assignment in accordance with safe standards for our specialty, meaning that the nurse should have had 1 patient. Meaning that the nurse should have had no other patient, given the patient's need for close and continuous monitoring and frequent assessments. Given that we started this shift 4 nurses short, every nurse on that shift was already at or above ratio. Within the first few hours of our shift, 3 additional unexpected patients walked into the unit, and I was forced to leave my patient to assume care for another. As a registered nurse, these types of situations make me feel extremely unsafe. Not only is patient safety a top concern for myself and my registered nurse colleagues, but my nursing license is also at risk every minute I'm out of ratio. We must take care of our frontline workers. We must have a safe and fair contract which ensures rest breaks and lunch breaks and safe staffing ratios. We must have respect from administration who listens to our concerns and takes our issues seriously. Our concerns need to be taken seriously and addressed now. The lives of the families Natividad serves depends on it.
Thank you very much for your remarks.
Good morning, supervisors, community, and fellow Monterey County registered nurses. My name is Brenda Dutkowitz, and I've been a registered nurse for 43 years. The last 3.5 years of which I've worked at Natividad Medical Center, working in the neonatal intensive care unit. It's been an honor to work in my specialty field of nursing, and I've devoted my career to this profession. Unfortunately, Natividad's NICU nurses cannot act as patient advocates and perform our vital roles in the caring for critical ill and vulnerable newborns when we do not have the nursing staff, management support, and respect for our experience and professional judgment. But that is the exact environment our NICU nurses have been living through for several years. Let me give you a glimpse of how dangerous our NICU is and has been. On many days, we're not in compliance with required California nurse to patient ratio law. For example, the charge nurse, me, I'm recently had to take 2 sick newborns, and I'm still forced to do my charge nurse duties. As a charge nurse, I also attend all high-risk deliveries. Furthermore, removing me from as a vital resource to my nursing team when they need things. If a charge nurse is regularly forced into direct patient care due to chronic short staffing, it weakens the NICU nursing care team and puts our vulnerable patients at serious risk. Yet our schedules have become so chronically short. The ratio of violations and unsafe conditions occur almost every day. The result is exhaustion, nurse burnout, and high levels of turnover. It's not responsible for this county to pour millions of dollars in public funds for temporary Band-Aid solutions like expensive out-of-state travelers and overtime pay. This method is simply unsustainable, and our vulnerable infants, community, and nurses deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, supervisors and fellow nurses. My name is Martha Palmer, and I am a registered nurse in our county mental health unit. I've been a RN for 27 years, and I am an experienced RN, psychiatric nurse. But sadly, that is not enough when our nurses don't have the safety language we need in our contract to protect our patients, ourselves, and other staff. On May 16th, I was assaulted by one of the patients on our unit, and I used all my experience in nursing judgment to prepare for a possibly violent incident, but it wasn't enough. In seconds, a patient just lunged at me, and while I was trying to administer medication and grasped his arm around my neck, security was not able to loosen the patient's arm right away, and it took a few minutes before we were able to stop the patient from choking me. But this is not the first violent incident on our unit or in our hospital, and that is not okay. Hospital employers are required by California regulations to get direct input from nurses on a unit by unit basis to prevent this kind of incident. Workplace violence is not just part of the job for nurses. Violent incidents and threats of violence can be damaging, could have damaging impacts on the healthcare workers, and it can and does occur on any unit. As nurses, we
thank
never
you.
blame, can I finish?
It's-
Our patients for accidents like this. We do expect our employer to do everything in their power to prevent workplace violence and follow state regulations. Today, I stand here
Thank
with
you.
my fellow nurses calling on our supervisors, telling our supervisors to prioritize the safety of our patients and nurses.
Thank you
We
so
have
much for your
On
comments.
you to ensure,
We can wrap it up.
ma'am,
You've made an impression without question. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks very much. I'm sorry for what you had to go through.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, community, and fellow nurses. My name is Elizabeth Vargas, and I've been a labor and delivery nurse at Natividad Medical Center for the past 6.5 years. And I'm here out of deep concern about the eroding working conditions that have many of us nurses feeling exhausted, distraught, and extremely unsafe. Natividad RNs care for high-risk obstetrical patients, and we have the distinction of also being the only level 2 trauma center in the Tri-County area, meaning that we get the most critically ill patients. And emergencies, our nurses have only minutes to respond, and our inability to do so carry life and death consequences for our patients. Yet the chronic short staffing means that we're left for competing resources throughout the hospital, including anesthesia providers, operating room staff, and nurses. And just last night, we faced this very scenario that our obstetrics teams rushed to the OR suite for an emergent surgery and then were prevented from doing so because of short staffing. The surgery was delayed nearly 20 minutes, and this is simply not okay, not acceptable when minutes mean the difference between the life and safety of a mother and her unborn child. We are extremely fortunate that in this case, no bad outcome reached those patients, but each time that we experience this, and this has been an ongoing problem, we are left to fear for what bad outcome looms around the corner. Years of experience have left nurses feeling demoralized and literally traumatized. These are unnecessary dangers that have been placed on us by hospital administration as they have routinely downplayed and dismissed our patient safety concerns. So I am here to stand with our fellow nurses and commit ourselves to asking you to start prioritizing the health and safety of our patients. We need you to commit to direct our senior administration to put key patient safety, nursing practice, and working condition language in our contract. And we need you to stand in courage with us to help this safe unsafe working conditions. Our mothers, newborns, and community deserve better. Thank you for your
Thank you.
attention.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, supervisors and fellow nurses. My name is Daniel Nemchonik. I'm a registered nurse. I worked at Natividad in the ER for 6 years. I also trained at Natividad as a student. Over the years, I've seen many nurses leave to work at other hospitals for better working conditions. Common issues include the lack of a safe work environment, insufficient administrative support, and chronic understaffing. The list of grievances goes on, but I'd like to focus on a most serious issue, staff retention. I observed over the last decade that Natividad is a place where new and experienced nurses come to get their training and then leave for brighter pastures. It is also a place where nurses who are locally sourced, trained, and seasoned at Natividad resigned after years of devoted service because they refused to accept the working conditions which endanger their licensure, damage their professionalism, and cause repeated moral injury. Often on night shift, I'll be one of the only staff nurses with enough experience to manage critically ill patients. I get pulled from my assignment to care for trauma patients, stroke patients, to resuscitate children. My stories are truly endless. I've come to accept as normal that I will always care for the sickest and most injured patients, often simultaneously with whatever other responsibilities I have that night. Chronic understaffing is preventable. However, it is commonplace at Natividad, and it endangers patients, it endangers nurses, and it damages our community. Understaffing also constitutes a violation of AB 394, a law that addresses nurse-to-patient ratios. We must do better to retain our experienced nurses at Natividad. We must unite as a community to offer ourselves the best possible conditions for receiving and administering healthcare. Our fundamental concern is deeply humanitarian. Patient outcomes suffer, the outcomes of your neighbor, your friend, your family, and even you. And we nurses suffer because we care and we are legally sworn licensed patient advocates. We call on our elected supervisors, direct county management to listen to frontline nurses, include patient care, nursing practice, due process, and other key protections in parity with all other CNA represented hospitals. Settle our contract, strengthen our community.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you all very much for being here this morning, and your remarks were heard. So thank you. With that, I am going to, I guess I should ask for additional public comment just to be sure. And now we will recess this board, go into closed session, and we will reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors at 10:30 this morning. Thank you for being here. Good morning, everyone. I am sorry to keep you waiting as we prepare for today's meeting. It is 10:30 and I am reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, July 12th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And could we please have an announcement of our Spanish interpreter?
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. And now we're going to have a nice opportunity. We're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance led by Brian Flores, who is Chief of Parks for Monterey County. Brian began working for Monterey County in 2010. He's held numerous positions within the county as a Workforce Investment Board representative, as a Board of Supervisors assistant, as RMA Management Analyst 2, Project Manager 1 for Special Districts Division, Parks North County Operations Manager, and now as Chief of Parks. Brian has a family of 4, soon to be 5. Let's hope it doesn't happen today. He enjoys fishing, surfing, and spending time in the outdoors. He also has deep ancestral ties to Monterey and San Luis Obispo counties. His great-great-great-uncle was Juan Bautista Alvarado, the governor of Alta California in Monterey, pre-statehood. And his great-great-great-grandfather was Joaquin Estrada of Rancho Santa Margarita, who was elected to the first San Luis Obispo County Board of Supervisors in 1852. Your roots run deep here in our county, and it explains some of the excellent work that you do. Now, I'd like to ask Brian to please say a few words about the county resolution that was passed at our last meeting, declaring July as Parks and Recreation Month, and to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Chair Adams. So in 1985, Congress stated that July should be the Parks and Recreation, the National Parks and Recreation Month. And in 2009 mandated that with a resolution. Research has shown that parks help with community health, keeping them active and assisting with making sustainable communities, also improves resiliency with children and adults as well, including an increase in or a decrease in mental health issues such as depression, attention deficit disorder, and Alzheimer's. So Friday is also National Parks and Recreation Professionals Day. So we'll be celebrating that at all of our parks with our great staff. So thank you very much for having me lead the pledge. And if everybody would join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Flores, for being with us today and for all the work that you do. Okay, thank you for that. And now we will move forward. Are there any additions and corrections to the agenda?
There is an addition to the general government consent calendar, and that is item number 65 is in receipt of a revised board report. And for the Public Works, Facilities, and Parks consent calendar, item number 72.1 is being removed from the agenda.
Thank you. And do we need to have a motion to approve those additions and corrections?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call?
Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair
Oh, aye.
Supervisor, thank you. And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Now we will go to ceremonial resolutions. We have 2, and they are neither being presented to my knowledge. So could we please have a motion to approve the resolutions? First for Diane Johnson, upon her retirement from 43 years of public service with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office, and also in honor of the Shake family, recognizing their generosity, compassion, and outstanding contributions to the community and to the County of Monterey.
Askew moves approval of our ceremonial resolutions today.
Second.
Thank you. So there is no one present to do any of the presentations today. Okay, thank you very much for that. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote? Sorry, would any member of the public, you have no idea how many times I have to be reminded, and you're sitting right there. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on the two ceremonial resolutions for today? I'm seeing no one in chambers, and is there anyone and there's no one raising their hands. So now, please, if we could have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we will move to appointments. We have 25 appointments today. And I am ready to entertain a motion to approve the appointments.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on any of the appointments today? Seeing no hands raised and no one coming forward, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we will move forward with our consent calendar for today. And I will first go to the board to see if there's anyone who wishes to make any comments or questions on anything on the consent calendar. I personally am going to pull item 62 for comment and requested action. Supervisor Phillips, anything to pull today? Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Root Askew?
No, thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on number 60 on the King City Courthouse.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and take that?
This one I just wanted to comment on. I'm glad that we're going to pursue funding from the U.S. Department of Agriculture Rural Energy Pilot Program grant for $2 million for the King City Courthouse to construct a parking lot with electrical capacity for electric vehicle charging stations, solar panels, and electrified resilient cooling hub for King City residents. I just wanted to commend staff for bringing this forward. I know this is in Supervisor Lopez's district, and both of us have been very vocal about trying to improve that courthouse, because if anybody has been in that parking lot on the exterior, it is in no condition, and it is I think there's no other courthouse that looks that bad from the outside. So this is, I hope we apply, I hope we get it, and to give the residents of South County a courthouse, even though there's very limited activity happening from that courthouse. I know some of the DA and some other county services happen there, but I hope that this will be something that will encourage our Superior Court to provide additional services there with this, if we're able to renovate the outside. Until this day, I'm just really disappointed with what happened, and at least what could happen now is to renovate the old courthouse and try to make it as dignified and as appealing to the public to access justice there in the future.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Alejo. Any other additional comments before we move forward?
Nothing on that.
I can't find the number. I'll concur with Supervisor Alejo's comments on that, but I do know that we're also passing the annual report for the parks. And since Brian's here, I just want to commend the entire Parks Commission for the work that they put into that. It was a great report. It was lengthy at 62 pages, but I really enjoyed reading that, especially about the investments being made in a lot of the infrastructure that isn't the sexy work. It's the stuff that has to happen underneath to make something work to the extent that the public can use it and use it safely. So just wanted to commend you and the entire commission for that work. So please pass along our thanks.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
And Madam Chair, the only other item I had was 63, just for comments, and that was a $350,000 program. We already approved this over a year ago to create a funeral and burial assistance program for those Monterey County residents who are low income and undocumented who didn't qualify for the FEMA federal program. This is having a nonprofit, Monterey County and Ventures administer the program. So my question for staff was that since we approved the money, I guess from this agreement, there has been no families who have benefited from the money that we allocated for this purpose then.
Hi, this is Justin Lin from Monterey County Office of Emergency Services. You are correct. We have currently, the program has not started yet. We needed a disbursement mechanism, and this contract that is on consent would allow for the disbursement through this nonprofit ventures.
And Justin, will we get any report back in a year or two to find out how many have benefited or when the money is completely utilized by local?
Yeah. Apologies.
Yes.
So you will be receiving reports through a couple methods. One is specifically through ARPA funding has a required reporting mechanism. So that's one way you'll be able to see who's benefiting.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So at this point, we will move forward with our consent agenda. And as mentioned, I want to pull item number 62, which is a very exciting item for all of us. This is really to receive and accept the certified results of the examination of the petition initiative to provide dedicated, locally controlled funding to increase and improve licensed childcare and early learning opportunities funded by an annual special parcel tax in the amount of $49 on each parcel of real property located within Monterey County, with limited exceptions for 10 years. And first, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to collecting signatures for this initiative. I have pulled this item to request that we accept the certified results and ask staff to please return on July 26th for to place the item actually on the ballot. And at that point, I will also ask for full board support for the initiative at that time. So now I will go to first the board for comments, and then we'll take it out to the public for comments on item number 62. I'm looking to my left.
Can we go to the public first?
Okay, of course we can. That sounds just fine. Okay, so is there any member of the public who would like to comment on item number 62, the initiative to provide dedicated, locally controlled funding to increase and improve licensed childcare in Monterey County?
You want 2 minutes or 1:30?
2. And so each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Anything and
Chair Adams, members of the board, and fellow community members. My name is Monica Lal, and I'm the president and CEO of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. And we are pleased and excited to be part of a coalition that has helped qualify with sufficient signatures this important initiative. As our local economy rebounds from the worst of the pandemic, there's been an increased awareness of the need of childcare services in our community. Employers are eager to hire local workers for important jobs in hospitality, agriculture, and healthcare, and other vital industries. We have over 170 endorsements from a broad range of public and private organizations across the political and economic spectrum. Additionally, the Act requires strict taxpayer protections with community oversight to ensure that all funds are spent as allocated. We appreciate that the business community has been included early on in the development of this measure, and in discussion with our board of directors and membership, the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce is in full support of this very important initiative. We are so pleased to be here and look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lal. Our next speaker.
Buenos días, yo represento a la comunidad de habla hispana en el condado de Monterrey. My name is Maria Rodriguez, Program Coordinator for Mujeres en Acción and Copa Leader. As a mother of 4 children, I supported the initiative because I have been through the challenges that many mothers have regarding childcare. I have to to stop working because I didn't earn enough to pay for childcare, and begin at home. I thought I could study and prepare for a better job. And again, I ran into the barrier, high cost and long waiting list. I applied to different programs and they put me on waiting list, and they called me when my son entered to kinder, and I no longer needed the help. Thanks to Mujeres en Acción who support me and childcare, I was able to have the time to meet my goals and prepare for a better job. Now I have a job I love. I am economic self-sufficient, but that was only possible because I had access to childcare. I would like to all parents to have the same opportunity to have their children safe, to focus on what they love to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Deneen Gus, and it's a great pleasure to be here this morning to speak with all of you. So I just want to say a few words to show my support for the Safe, Affordable, Quality Child Care Act. As an educator, I know how important it is that children have a strong foundation in core academic subjects such as reading, writing, and mathematics, and that they have very strong social and emotional skills. The Safe, Affordable, Quality Child Care Act will provide the funding and resources needed to ensure that every child in Monterey County starts school ready to learn. I'm also here today to talk to you from my own heart as a mother. 33 years ago, I had my first son. And at the time, I thought I had childcare all arranged and was ready to go. And then at the last minute, my preacher's wife backed out and couldn't take care of my child. I searched high and low for high quality childcare and couldn't find it. I literally could not afford childcare. And I know that this act is going to put the funding where it needs to be. It will bring down that cost for childcare, and it will allow parents to go back to work. And that's what we need right now more than ever before. Parents to have that opportunity to go back to work, and our children to be in the care and good hands of high quality educators. I just want to say our kiddos are our future leaders and employers, and we need to make sure that they are well prepared for this role. Let's face it, they're going to be the ones taking care of all of us someday, and we need to make sure that they're prepared for that important role. I also just want to thank the Board of Supervisors and all of the other supporters of this very important citizens initiative. So please know I endorse the initiative. It has my support, and I hope that it will have your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gus, for being with us today. Is there any other member of the public who would like to come forward and make comments today on this item? And do we have any attendees who would like to make comments on the item today? I'm seeing no additional hands raised. I'll bring it back to the board for comments, and I think Supervisor Lopez would like to go first.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you to every one of you sitting in this room, to every person who took time out of their day to go out and gather signatures to make sure that this initiative got to this point. I remember having early conversations when it was an idea and folks thought 4,000 was a lot of signatures, 8,000 was a lot of signatures, but to walk through the door with 21,000 signatures to show community support for this much needed initiative. We've heard from business leaders, we've heard from community leaders, most importantly, we've heard from mothers. I can't tell you, walking in our communities during a campaign for myself 4 years ago, knocking on doors, and I remember distinctly 2 women in Greenfield who said, the only thing I want to know is what you're going to do to help me find childcare. I'm on a wait list. It's been 2 years. She had her child on her hip and she looked me square in the eyes and said, what is your plan? it was a challenge. And I took that challenge personally. And what you guys have done today is given me an opportunity to say that I'm supporting you and your efforts. And that's what I'm doing. I'm making sure that we are doing what we can to make sure that every person who wants childcare can have a fighting chance for access. This isn't the silver bullet, as we've heard, but it helps. It's building the bridges that's bringing access to all of the important pieces that we talk about: safe, quality, and affordable childcare in our community. So thank you for doing the work, for being in the trenches and making sure that our community has a voice, and being clear that that voice is in all languages, in English, Spanish, and so many others in our community. You fought and you've gotten it to this point to let our community decide. And I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of our community for stepping up to take this on. And so I'm proud to support this today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips?
No, I concur. And Supervisor Lopez, I was happy to stand right next to him when he led us to get started on the initiative. And having two of my kids who are teachers can tell how important it is for these kids to get started in the right direction, and so they can keep going. But I think this is one of the most important movements we've had in our county in a long, long time. It can have great effects. So I commend you for all your hard work, and I look forward to continue to support the initiative.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also commend the community for coming forward. As Supervisor Lopez said, a community effort. I think had it came from anybody else, it wouldn't be the same. The fact that there was thousands of signatures gathered first, far beyond what was needed, is a testament to the support that's there, but also that the need that I think we find in every corner of Monterey County. So I also want to commend Supervisor Lopez, all the community leaders who came forward, did the research, put the petitions forward, and now we have something very excited to now convince the rest of Monterey County voters that this is something we all need to approve in November. I can say that on behalf of my constituents, and I think most of the families in Salinas, we know that this is going to help thousands of families here in my district. It is one of the biggest needs outside of housing, but both housing and childcare and jobs, they all go together. You cannot have one without the other. And so I also just want to express my strong support for this effort. I'll do my job, and I'll put my energy forward to also educate voters why we need to come together as a county to support this. I was just at a regional meeting for the California State Association of Counties, and it's not only a big community concern, it's a new trend among county employees that this is something when HR departments are asking county employees what they need help with the most. Childcare is among the top 5 issues that our own employees raise. So this is something that is good for our county employee family, but it's also good for the community at large. So I'm excited about this. I am confident we're going to get this across the finish line to a victory. And thank you for everyone. I commend you all for your leadership and your vision to make Monterey County one of the few that put this type of a ballot measure forward to support childcare and make it more affordable to thousands of families throughout our respective areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Root Askew.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Adams. And I just, I am overjoyed that we've made the kind of progress that's allowed us to be here today. And I'm honored to be able to sit on this board, to be able to help move the initiative forward with this vote. I recall so clearly 10 years ago at the CSUMB ballroom when Professor James Heckman spoke to our community. We had a wide range of individuals in the room at that period of time. And the case for the economic value of investing in children, investing in high quality childcare, investing in parents and families was made then. And the progress and the way in which all aspects of our community have come together, our business allies, our parents, our, my son was under a year old at that meeting. And I was there with him on my hip. He's 10 now, and the amount of time and effort that it takes to bring everyone together, to find the right language, to move forward, to identify the options. I know how many sleepless nights, folks. I see Francine Rod in the audience today, and how this is really a culmination of a career, of a lifetime of work for so many of us to see this move forward. So I want to, in my comments today, I'm excited to support this in every way possible. I'm thrilled to see it moving forward, but I want to just highlight the voices of moms and parents, and remind us all that our kids don't have lobbyists sitting in the board chambers. Our kids don't have lobbyists who are here advocating for what their needs are. It really is the voices of the mothers and the parents in our community who are telling community leaders what their needs are and making us listen, and forcing us to move forward in the right ways, and leading our community forward. So to all of the moms, I just want to say your voices are effective. Your voices are powerful. Keep speaking up about what you need. Keep stepping into leadership roles. We need you leading us forward. You represent, you are the voice for your children. You are the voice for all of our children. And I so value and appreciate the time and passion that so many people have put towards bringing this particular initiative forward. And I also want to recognize that it's one step forward, but we've got many, many, many more steps that we need to take in order to truly meet the needs of families in our community. So I'm with you every step of the way, and let's get it done. Thank you, Chair Adams.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Rudascu. And I too just want to say thank you so much to everyone. I look out and I see Francine as well, and I see Elsa, and I see the Child Care Planning Council, and Dr. Gus. I just see so many people who have spent, as I have, a lifetime working in public service, knowing that the one thing that could resolve so many of our issues is by investing at the front end of life. And that's exactly what this initiative does. I too was with the Rotary Club when we brought Dr. Heckman, who's, Nobel laureate in economics, to come, who spoke specifically to the importance and the efficacy of investing in childcare and investing in children early on. So it's just amazing. And I'm so, so delighted that we have been able to come here today. And I just really thank everyone for the amount of work that they have put into this, and to see business represented, as well as education represented, as well as childcare advocates represented. It's really significant. And my hope is that we will meet with great success when it comes to the election time this coming year. But going back, I just want to also ensure that there was any public comment on any other item on the consent calendar today before we move forward with a vote to approve the consent calendar. I'm getting information. Okay. I'm doing this all by the book. So first, we're going to take a vote on the full consent calendar, and then we will come back and take a vote on item number 62. So first, I'd like to have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved, Madam Chair.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we are going to have a separate vote on item 62. And as I want to repeat that, first we are going to be we are accepting the signatures for the initiative, and we are asking staff to come back on July 26th to put this initiative on the ballot. And then at that time, we will ask for the full support of the board for endorsing the the initiative.
Is that a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes, it is.
I'm proud to second it.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And I can just hear the smiles across the our computer system here today. Thank you all so very, very much. And thank you for being with us today as we move forward on this important item. With that, I'm going to close the consent calendar and we're going to move forward to item 30, which is general public comments. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on any item that is not on today's agenda? Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Liz Hall here, Public Sector Manager with Waste Management. I don't know how I'm going to follow that lovely presentation, but I got the energy up, so that's good. I can't believe we're over halfway through 2022, which also means we're halfway through our community cleanup events, and I wanted to update you all with our progress thus far. We have held 6 events so far this year, 2 of which were in King City and Supervisor Lopez's district. Through these events, we have collected thus far 82.42 tons of material. We have diverted 34.39 tons of that, so 34 tons were not landfilled. The average diversion rate is 41% at these events, and through our partnership with Salinas Valley Recycles, we have collected 4.76 tons of hazardous waste, including battery, oils, paint through those events. So really great turnout, especially post-COVID when we weren't able to do events for almost 2 years. Our next event will be in District 2, September 10th in Prunedale. Before then, Waste Management will be attending the August 21st Blue Zones event in King City alongside our partner in crime, Salinas Valley Recycles, and attending the August 28th Touch a Truck event in Salinas. Speaking of trucks, I just wanted to thank Supervisor Askew for coming on a ride along. It was really great to have you, and Chair Adams, I hope to have you as well. I just wanted to say, if there's an event or a cause in your district that you think Waste Management could possibly support, please contact me to discuss. We would love to be supportive of your respective communities. My door is always open, so please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hall. It's great to see you again. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who would like to comment on anything not on today's agenda? And do we have anyone in?
We have one hand raised.
Okay, very good. And if the person whose telephone number ends in 902 can please unmute yourself, and you can do so by pressing *6. There we go. Okay.
Great. How many minutes for public comment? This is Nina Beatty.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Nina Beatty. This fire season, I urge the county to encourage residents to protect their homes and their community by opting out of PG&E smart meters and getting analog meters in their place as the CPUC ordered. Smart meters don't have a direct connection to ground or adequate surge protection. Surges and overvoltages have resulted in burned wiring and destroyed appliances, as well as building fires, injuries, and deaths to humans and animals. And it's very easy to opt out by calling PG&E, or even easier, going online to PG&E's website to opt out and get analog meters on your home. It's cheap fire insurance. Secondly, I request that the county oppose extending Diablo Canyon's lifespan. This dangerous, brittle power plant must be shut down now, and Physicians for Social Responsibility urged this years ago. An explosion, an accident due to an earthquake, or PG&E's known safety problems could cause devastating impacts to Monterey County and its tourism, agriculture, and fishing. We are less than the distance of Fukushima to Tokyo, but after the accident, there are high radiation zones in Tokyo, and Prime Minister Nato-kan considered evacuating Tokyo at the time. He also came to California to speak to Governor Brown and urge him to shut down Diablo Canyon. So I asked the Board of Supervisors to oppose all these efforts to extend Diablo Canyon's lifespan and expedite its being shut down. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Beatty. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on anything not on today's agenda? Okay, thank you very much. With that, we are going to close public comment, and we are now going to temporarily recess the Board of Supervisors for Monterey County and go to our smaller agendas. So today, the first one we'll go to is the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Is there any general public comment on any item not listed on this agenda today? Seeing no one coming forward and no one's hands raised, we will move forward. We have one item on the consent calendar. And if we could please see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item. Any member of the board that wishes to comment or have questions on this item? Seeing none, then I will close the item and see if we can get a motion and a second to move the item forward.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and convene the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Directors Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on anything not on this agenda for today? Not seeing anyone coming forward. We will close public comment on that, and we will go to the consent calendar where we have two items. Is there any member of the board that wishes to comment or to make a motion to move forward with these items?
Well, yeah, I move forward on it and move consent. There was one issue about the how we were going to pay for the improvements. Wasn't. Am I on the wrong agenda? But
we're on the Pajaro County Sanitation District, and the two items are on consent. Or first, to set a public hearing for July 26th to conduct a hearing on the report of the 2021 delinquent fees report. And then the second item on consent is to adopt a resolution to authorize and direct the auditor controller to amend the 2021-22 adopted budget for the Pajaro County Sanitation District Fund 151 appropriation unit to increase appropriations by $247,908, where the financing sources are increased property tax revenues of $15,855, Fund 151 unassigned fund balance for $201,962, and general fund for $30,000 operating transfer. And then finally, it will be to provide direction to the staff regarding whether $30,091 appropriation from the cannabis tax assignment should be considered a loan or to be repaid by the Pajaro County Sanitation District.
And that was the issue I was at. I don't think it ought to be a loan. And we went through this when we I know when Supervisor Salinas, we put quite a bit of money, had a bolster at the Chular district, and I don't think it was a loan at that time. It was, I don't think they have the ability to repay it. So I request that we not view it as a loan, but as a contribution from the cannabis account.
Let me just step in there real quickly, and I think we might ask counsel for opinion here also. My recollection is that this item should have said whether to accept it as a loan on the Pajaro agenda, and I believe there should be a companion item on the board's agenda. I'm not sure if it made it on there to designate it as a loan or to treat it as a loan. And I think whether it's provided as a loan or provided as a direct grant, for lack of a better term, would be a decision of the Board of Supervisors of the county. And I think we need maybe counsel to opine on that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. The CAO is correct, and my suggestion might be to table this particular item, number 2 on the Pajaro County Sanitation District agenda until the board has taken up the companion item on the county agenda. And if the board's willing to consider it Was that on consent? I don't,
By the way, I think it was county board supervisor.
I don't see it on the.
I don't see it in here either, actually.
Should we table it to a future meeting if the
Why don't we
companion piece
table,
is?
why don't we table this item? Maybe take a vote on item number 1, table item number 2 until we figure this out.
That would be my motion and approve item 1, but table item 2 until future.
Okay, till we have additional information from that.
Correct.
Okay. And can we do those as one motion?
Yes.
Okay, could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. All right, so can we have is there any member of the public again who wishes to comment on this? Okay, any further board discussion? All right, so here we are. We are with the Pajaro County Sanitation District, and we are now going to have a motion. We will have a roll call vote, please, to approve item number 1 and to table item number 2.
Director Alejo,
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Director Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. With that, we will close the Pajaro County Sanitation District meeting, and I'm going to call to order.
Council, a point of parliamentary procedure. Are we closing this meeting, or are we opening it up later till we get clarification?
We're recessing the Pajaro County Sanitation District to take up item 2 later.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So we're going to recess the Pajaro County Sanitation District meeting, and we're calling to order the Baranda County Sanitation District. Can we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Directors Root Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
We have one scheduled matter, which is to adopt a resolution approving the 22-23 budget for the Baranda County Sanitation District. My understanding is that we missed that one when we did all of the budget approvals at the last board meeting.
Yes.
And is there any member of the board who has any questions or comments on this particular scheduled matter? Seeing none, is there any member of the public who has any questions or comments on this particular matter? Seeing none, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the Baranda County Sanitation District item.
Move approval.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Could you please have a roll call vote?
Director Alejo.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Director Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we can adjourn the Baranda County Sanitation District and call to order the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Root Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the public that wishes to call for, make comment on anything that is not on today's agenda of the Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors joint meeting? Seeing no hands raised and no one coming forward, then we will move forward with this. And we have one scheduled item on this, which is relating to AB 361.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Again, asking you to make the AB 361 findings, which include that the governor's proclamation of a state of emergency due to the pandemic is still in existence, which it is. That the county health officer continues to recommend social distancing for public hearings, legislative body meetings such as this, and that you have reconsidered the circumstances of the pandemic.
Thank you very much for your staff presentation. Now, is there any member of the board who wishes to comment on this? Any member of the public who wishes to comment on this? If we could please have a roll call vote, or if I could
Move
please have a
approval.
motion. Thank you very much. And a second.
Second.
Thank you very much. Now could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew
I
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to adjourn the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors and call to order the joint meeting of certain Boards of Supervisors standing committees. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Root, Askew, and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that is not on this agenda today? Seeing no one coming forward, we will move forward then with the scheduled item, and which is again an AB361.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I would request that you make similar findings that you just made on the last item.
Thank you very much. Could we have is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this? Seeing none, no hands raised. If we could
Move
please.
approval.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Thank you very much. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root, Askew,
I
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to adjourn the joint meeting of certain Boards of Supervisors standing committees and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for July 12th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Root, Askew, and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Our first item today is to receive an oral update from the Monterey County Health Department's Animal Services Division regarding the county's rooster keeping enforcement efforts in calendar year 2021. And I believe we're going to have a presentation by Cindy Burnham, Animal Services Administrator.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Adams and members of the board. I'm Cindy Burnham. I'm your Animal Services Administrator, and I am going to give you an update on our rooster keeping enforcement. So I will share my screen. Okay, do we see a rooster?
Yes, we do see a beautiful rooster.
Excellent. Okay, so for a brief overview, I'll give an ordinance review and highlight the exemptions that we have for this ordinance. Kind of what got us to 2021, what we did in 2021 for current enforcement and location of the cases that we saw, and then also provide a quick update of where we've been from January up through now, and then be available for any questions. So Monterey County Ordinance 5249 is our rooster keeping ordinance. The purpose is to balance the legitimate interests of ag business and ag educational organizations with the prevention of rooster keeping that is unsanitary, environmentally damaging, inhumane, and conducive to illegal cockfighting, which unfortunately we still see. So this ordinance became effective July 14th, 2015, requiring no rooster keeping operation could legally operate in the unincorporated areas without a permit or an exemption. So where there's 5 or more roosters on any single property requires a permit. We do have 4 exemptions, and this ordinance does have the animal control officer as the main point of contact for the enforcement part. For the exemptions, we have a poultry operation that can be exempt and a poultry hobbyist, which is typically a member of an organization that promotes the breeding, a lot of shows. Those 2 exemptions are approved through the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. And then educational and FFA, which is approved through Animal Services, which is with minors, sponsored by public or private schools, FFA 4-H. And we do go into and require proof for these exemptions. It's not just if you have a child, you automatically get the 4-H or an FFA exemption. You do have to show that they're part of a program. So getting to 2021, in 2016 and 17, there was initially 20 permits that were issued, but due to constraints within Animal Services, none of them were renewed, and the system or the program was not able to be enforced. A lot of that was staffing. Fast forward into 2019 and 2020, we looked at filling. We had 2 animal control officer vacancies. We requested an OA2 to help the field services team. There's a lot of paperwork and conversations and data entry on this program. And so that we have filled that vacancy. We updated our website in Spanish and English. We made all the forms updated in Spanish and English. We reviewed our internal processes and streamlined that to where it doesn't touch as many different staff members, which is causing some of the workflow breakdown. So we kind of started fresh with what makes this as efficient as possible. The updated application process, in order to make it as quick, easy as possible, we kind of a 1, 2, 3, complete and approve an application, you pay the permit application fee, and you successfully have an inspection. A lot of times, number 1 is where a lot of folks get caught up. So there's a lot of conversations and a lot of back and forth with our department. Each rooster owner per parcel must have a permit. So it's not just one property is one permit. We run into properties quite often that have 2, 3, I think we've had as many as 15 different rooster owners on a property. Every one of those is required to have a permit for their birds because they all house them individually within their own sections, which has proved to be a communication challenge for sure. The parcel must be zoned for poultry and rooster keeping, which we're finding a lot of folks don't know that they're not zoned for that. So that's been a lot of education in the county. All building setbacks, zoning requirements must comply. If you have a 20-foot setback, that means there's 20 feet from all your fences where the birds are, and some people find they don't have enough space. Existing violations will delay or result in a permit denial. It's really any violations. If through housing and community development, there's violations, if we've got outstanding violations, you won't be able to get a permit with those. We issue them for 1 year and they're renewed. We're just starting to come of our first batch of renewals from what we've done last year. And it can take approximately 60 days to get a permit. That can vary, of course, if you've got violations with another department that you're working to clear up, then that will extend that time. A lot of what when we're looking at the inspections is focusing on humane and adequate enclosures, because that's where we really find the improvements are needed. So roosters have to be able to have enough room to move around. We ask that they put in the roost that they have there, because that's the bird's natural tendency to want to roost and get off the ground. And so they need to have proper cover in order to just meet the basic humane standards. So in 2021, we hired our OA2, our ACOs, we included a supervisor, and we just started the enforcement program. We did make a procedure that 2 ACOs are required for every inspection, and that's for safety. And also we found that having the additional set of eyes helps to identify potential violations or issues with the housing elements. And we did do all of this with, in addition to our other calls for service, bite cases, barking dog complaints, dogs running loose, aggressive animals. We did not stop any of that. We also created a rooster keeping task force with the goal to facilitate the gathering of information on a regular basis, to assist us in the enforcement, to allow for increased communications between various departments. When we looked at revising and updating the program, that's where we found a lot of the breakdown was just in that lack of communication between other departments. And to improve the quality of life for the animals, starting with roosters. We have involved agencies. We have the sheriffs, environmental health, housing and community development, the Ag Commissioner, County Council, the district attorney, the SPCA for Monterey County, and the District 2 supervisor all join us in these quarterly task force meetings. So in 2021, what did we do? So we started out in January with sending out 66 initial rooster keeping packets, and these we had been tracking complaints as they come in, and we knew we had passed rooster permits, and so we mailed them out with, here's the ordinance, here's our paperwork, here's how to call us, in Spanish and English. And then by the following year, we had been to over 168 addresses, or we had mailed out or responded to 168 addresses based on complaints or requests. Some people towards the end of the year, we found, were calling us to ask for the permit because word started getting out. By December, we had issued 11 rooster keeping permits, 10 in North County, 1 in South County. We had cleared over 60 addresses by verifying that there was under 5 roosters. We issued 18 cease and desist letters requiring you've now ran out of time to comply, you must do this. We issued 15 citations for non-compliance. We continue to work, or by December, we still had over 65 active cases in our status. And we received over 65 permit fee applications, which was about $17,000. The location of the cases, 73% of the cases and applications were from 3 zip codes, the 07, 06, and 76, the Royal Oaks, Folsom Knolls, Bronda, Prunedale. The remaining 27% of the cases and applications were in, let's see, north of Chular and south in Carmel Valley. So we definitely have a majority of the cases in our North County area, and there's a lot more population there. So fast forward or backing up the last 6 months, we've continued enforcement in addition to our other calls. We ended up having a vacant ECO position, but we try not to let that slow us down, but we do take our calls by priority. But we don't have that big influx of cases that we did initially. They've started to stagger out. We still require a team of 2 for property inspections. Right now we've been to 185 cases. We have 21 active permits. We've collected about $21,000 in revenue. We just recently received approval from the ag commissioners for a hobbyist exemption. Moving forward, we're going to continue to review our processes, make changes as needed, and take the cases as they come in. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Cindy, for your presentation. It's really impressive to see how much you've accomplished just in the couple of years. I'm really delighted with this. So let's start down here with Supervisor Phillips.
No, I thank you. I know that we were slow getting started because especially with COVID, but with the priorities and you being down personnel, the priority has to be taking care of the animals, especially the dogs and cats coming in. But I'm glad to see where we're going. As you see, most of them are in my district. Bronda used to be the place where we saw a lot of the roosters. And back in the day, there were a lot of, that's where most of the rooster fights were conducted. I prosecuted some of those back in the day. But North County has a lot of the roosters, and that's where it is. But we really do appreciate the work that's going into this and the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Just want to say thank you to Cindy. I know I tend to be the secondary location where we see a lot of the folks wanting to hold these particular types of animals, and we appreciate her working diligently to make sure that when somebody comes in to apply, they get their permit. And I know we don't have as many yet, but I'm sure there'll be more as we continue to see folks get interested in raising roosters. But again, thank you for all your work, Cindy.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Reed Askew's hand is raised.
Thank you. I just had a question. In the staff report, it mentions that one of the reasons, one of the challenges is that people who apply for a permit aren't aware of the zoning allowances for their properties. And so I was just, a suggestion might be that on the website and on the application, it doesn't mention anywhere. I mean, when I did a brief review of it, it didn't mention or call that out as a requirement. So before someone sends in their $360 fee, it may be beneficial to add a checkbox or some reference on the application to the zoning requirements with a link to where they can double check that they're in an appropriate zoned location. So that it's just part of the, because if I filled out the application and I didn't know that I wasn't in an appropriately zoned area, I wouldn't find that out as part of my application process as I'm filling it out. So just a suggestion for how we can make the process as transparent and user-friendly for folks as possible. But I thank you, Cindy, for the work your team is doing, and we appreciate you've got people on the ground out in the community doing the work to serve to serve our residents. So appreciate the work.
Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion, Supervisor Rudascu. Supervisor Alejo, any comments on this?
No, I don't have any unincorporated Monterey County, but I want to thank our staff for the good work and the follow-up. I think some of the local leaders just wanted to make sure the county is having some due diligence on following up on our ordinance, and I appreciate that. I know the Salinas City Council recently was considering an ordinance to legally allow chickens to be held on people's properties across the city. So this issue, I think, could have been much worse. And luckily, the city council did not approve that ordinance. But I know it's still an issue within the city limits, just not at a grander scale with an ordinance that would have allowed it at in greater numbers, even though it did not specifically address roosters, though. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Cindy, I'm just curious, since you've been so successful with getting all of the permits, et cetera, are there fewer complaints since you've been able to move forward with this? From people?
Yes. Hopefully I'm not jinxing it. But yes, people are aware that we are addressing some of these cases do take a while, and so that can be frustrating. Typically it's noise complaints, but we are addressing them, and so we are seeing fewer complaints just as far as just people having roosters. Yes.
Good. Great. Thank you very much for that. Okay. No other questions from the board. Let's take it out to the public and see if anyone would like to make comment or ask any questions on this item. I'm not seeing anyone coming forward, and I'm not seeing any hands raised. So at this point, we will close this item. And since there was, we were receiving an oral report, I do not believe that we need to have a motion to move forward, except to say a great deal of thanks from the entire board to Ms. Burnham.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will close item number 31 and move forward with item 32, which is to receive the 2021 annual Monterey County Crop and Livestock Report from the Ag Commissioner's Office. And I see our Ag Commissioner coming forward at this point.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Adams, members of the board, Mr. McKee, Mr. Gerard. Henry Gonzalez here, your Agricultural Commissioner. Very pleased to present to you the 2021 Crop and Livestock Report. This is a huge endeavor for our department, and it takes many staff members lots of time to put this all together. In particular, I want to call out some of our staff that worked on this report. Chief Deputy Ag Commissioner Rich Ordonez and his staff, with Deputy Graham Hunting doing much of the heavy lifting, and then the Agricultural Inspector Biologist from their group, Shayla Neufeld, Ronnie Capilli, Bruce Tanner. There were other staff who helped with some of the compiling of the information, the analysis and reviewing as well. Also have to thank Moxie Marketing for taking all of our ideas and somehow presenting to us in this beautiful report. Also need to thank the agricultural industry for providing us with their information that is instrumental to our report as well. Next slide, please. In 2011, 2014, and 2020, we published the Economic Contributions of Monterey County Agriculture. These reports are very similar to the Crop and Livestock Report in that they measure the amount of agricultural production in the county. They do it a little bit different, so the numbers are a little bit different. But also, they include the multiplier effect, the indirect and induced effects on the local economy of the ag production values. In the most recent report in 2020, it showed that with the indirect and induced effect of ag, it came to $11.6 billion plus for the local economy. So much more is generated by agriculture than just the values that the grower receives for their products in the field. a difference with the economic contributions report from the crop report is that the two most recent versions also had a section about diversification, talking about how in Monterey County, the number of different crops that we grow here, how that provides economic stability, resilience, and strength to our, not only to the ag economy, but to the larger county economy. So this year, we wanted to take a deeper dive, as it were, into the issue or the aspect of diversification of crops here in the county. Everybody's heard the don't keep all your eggs in one basket, that adage, and I believe everybody knows that. But I don't believe that everybody really thinks about that with regards to agriculture here in Monterey County. So that's why we wanted to highlight the diversification of crops here in Monterey County. To try to come up with a cover design that would convey that message of diversification here in the county, we struggled a little bit, but we thought that the moniker of Salad Bowl of the World, which was coined by George Cominos, a hotel owner here in Salinas at the turn of the century, he coined that term Salad Bowl of the World, and it's really stuck and still to this day applies to, it actually applies to the Salinas Valley. And so in our cover, what we are attempting to portray there, you can see in the background picture, that is the Salinas Valley, and you can see the patchwork look of the various fields in the distance in the background. But then in the foreground, you can see a shape there with many different colors. That is the outline, the shape of Monterey County. And within it, all those colors, those are, if you look closely, those are crops that are grown, and they're placed approximately where they are grown. So this is kind of our attempt to show the diversification of crops in the county, but also the salad bowl of the world idea. This year, again, like last year, we did produce a Spanish version of the crop report, and this is, of course, so that farm workers and other Spanish speakers in the county can read about the great efforts that the agriculture puts forward and how much it's all worth. So we're going to show a video. It's a short video, just a little bit over 7 minutes. This video was made possible by our Monterey County Public Relations, Public Outreach Management Analyst, Maya Carroll. So I want to thank Maya, and also want to thank the videographers, Elena Rona and Alex Vatsula. They put this together. I also need to thank Dr. Jeff Langholtz. He's a professor at Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey. He's in the video, as well as Esteban Jimenez. He's a chef at Rancho Cielo Youth Campus. And then we have a couple of our farming experts. We have Colby Pereira. She's Vice President of Operations at Braga Fresh Family Farms, and Dirk Giannini, Manager of Christensen and Giannini. So with that, we could just cue up the video, please.
We're so fortunate to be here in the Salad Bowl of the World, where it's truly amazing. Any time of the year, you can really just look around to what we're standing in front of today, and you see a patchwork of different colors and landscapes that make our valley so spectacular. Not only is it visually appealing, but it also makes a difference in how we're planting our bountiful crop selection. One of the things that I'm most proud about in the Salinas Valley is the fact that we've been producing here sustainably for generations upon generations. and really the diversity of crops and how we treat the land with regards to soil health and resource usage, whether it's crop inputs or water, is truly reflective of the ever-changing landscape in the valley.
Salad Bowl of the World goes back when the pioneers of the valley put lettuce on the rail train and filled it with ice, and hence made the iceberg. So that's where the valley came a legend. And now you see many different kinds of crops, whether it's livestock, lettuce, seed crops, bees, berries, raspberries, caneberries, just an amazing amount of agriculture that's here.
The reason that Monterey County agriculture has such a high score on the Economic Diversification Index is partly because it grows so many different crops, a large number of categories. But also, the other half of that is that the economic value is well distributed across these categories. It's not all stacked in one or two crops.
The things that we have access at Rancho Cielo Youth Campus is a wonderful array of fruits and vegetables and many different agricultural products. So right now in the springtime, we're using very seasonal things like artichokes, asparagus, strawberries, English peas, radishes, beets, all those things. But we also are very fortunate to have access to really great livestock that's raised right here in the Salinas Valley, as well as dairy, Shock family right down the street. And Rancho Cielo being such a unique place, we also keep bees and have a garden of our own. So we've got some of the best access to agricultural products that I've ever had the privilege of working with. Having access to those products in the kitchen just allows us kind of full spectrum of creativity.
The Salinas Valley is able to be as diverse as it is because of the weather, the water, the labor source we have here. With those in full force, we're able to continue to bring more commodities here that we can keep the Salinas Valley alive and growing with its diversity.
Diversity is really important when it comes to your crop selection and just what you see in the Salinas Valley. You always want to be hedging against any potential large-scale issues. And, diversity isn't putting all of your eggs in one basket. Having, a diverse crop selection that you can appeal to customers with, but also to be offering the consumers. At the end of the day, the Salinas Valley is so beautiful because really when you think about the grocery store and the outer edges of the grocery store that everybody's shopping, the fact that you can pretty much find anything from your fresh fruits and vegetable section to your protein section to your dairy section and of course to the wine section is really amazing when you think about all those products are coming from Monterey County.
Economic diversification is important because it's like an insurance policy against risks. Ask anybody in the agricultural community, they can tell you a long list of risks that they worry about. They worry about droughts, they worry about diseases, new outbreaks of pests, new regulations, even pandemics. All of these things can undermine their agricultural industry. And so when you have a well-diversified agricultural industry, it's like an insurance policy against all of those risks.
It's amazing the amount of technology that's taking place in our county with people trying to overcome challenges, whether it be water, conservation, labor shortages, and so forth. So the amount of people that are reaching out to farmers with technology is amazing. Again, creating another layer of diversity when it comes to removing weeds and pests and cutting back on fertilizer and water conservation.
The Salinas Valley Salad Bowl of the World landscape has really changed. When you talk about the early 1900s, it was more of a region that was dedicated to seen a shift to more leafy green production, a lot of berry production. There's still your grazing land for the protein of the world. We've definitely seen an uptick in vineyards and grape production. But it's interesting, as the crop report shows this year, but also in previous years, it's an ever-changing climate, and it's really dependent on not only what the consumer-driven ideas are and needs, but also what the environmental needs are of this county.
What we've seen is because Monterey County agriculture is so economically diversified, when bad things happen, like droughts or diseases or floods or even a pandemic or wildfires, the drop in agricultural production is less than it would be otherwise because of the strong economic diversification. And on the other side of the coin, because the county's agricultural industry is so diversified, the recovery is quicker. The industry is more resilient to these economic shocks because it's so diversified. It bounces back faster.
Having that wide diversity just really increases your ability as a chef to always land something that's really impressive for your guests. And of course, you know, sharing those things with the students is always great for helping to inspire them to want to cook and want to experience new things.
We love working with the ground, utilizing water, and take pride in producing a great crop.
Farmers really have my heart. There is no more generous people and community players than farmers, and I really appreciate all that they do for us and for our whole community.
Very good. But yeah, it's a wonderful video. I really love how they put all of that together, including the music. So this year we wanted to deeper dive into the diversification of agriculture here in Monterey County, and Dr. Langholtz penned this article for us. He also was co-author of the articles in the Economic Contributions of Monterey County Ag publications as well. And so these are three of the kind of the main points that are in the article, that this diversification helps buffer against economic shocks. Monterey County has a high level of diversification, and that agriculture's high level of diversification has held steady over time. Next slide, please. To also go along with the diversification idea, the salad bowl of the world, we included some recipes this year. Thanks to Ocean Mist Farms, Taylor Farms, Calavo Growers, California Strawberry Commission, and Dole Fresh Food. They provided us with these recipes. I encourage you to try them. I just know they're delicious, and each of the recipes use several of the crops grown here in Monterey County. Next slide, please. So this year we did bounce back. It was that 4.8% increase over 2020 to $4,100,240,000 in gross receipts. Each year we group the crops into these categories, and always the various crops within these categories, you'll see that some are going up in value while others are going down, and that always happens every year. It's a little bit different, but if you look at the crop categories, of the 6 crop categories, 5 of them went up, and only 1 of them went down, which was nursery crops. But each one of them overall went up, and that really, I believe, underscores the idea of the diversification. That crops can go down, crops can go up, but overall we're strong still. Next slide, please. This here slide shows our top 10 commodities. The top 10 this year includes 9 of the same commodities from 2020. The difference being wine grapes. Wine grapes had fallen out of the top 20 last year due to wildfire smoke and the pandemic. But this year it's back into the 5th position here. Something of note also is that strawberries was #1 last year, and if anybody thought that was a fluke, strawberries is #1 again this year. Not only is it #1 again this year, but it also increased in value overall. we are the #1 strawberry producing county in the nation. Next slide, please. I mentioned wine grapes already, and the problems from 2020 with the wildfire smoke and the COVID-19 pandemic and how that negatively impacted wine grape production values. In 2020, wine grapes suffered an over $80 million reduction in value from the previous year. But this year, again, going back to Dr. Langston's message of how the diversification helps us bounce back quicker, we did. In wine grapes in 2021 for a value of $218,591,000. So it did very well. If you look in that crop report, you'll see also that within the various wine grape varietals, there's diversification there as well. Not all of it is Cabernet and Chardonnay and Pinot. There's many other different wine varietals. Next slide, please. Exports also rebounded back. We were able to increase the pounds of produce exported from the county. We went from 371,262,000 pounds from 2020 to 480,946,000 pounds in 2021. And it's listed up there that we export to 40 countries. That really also says this is the salad bowl of the world. Next slide, please. Organic production, a really interesting occurrence with organic production. There was reductions in acreage. There was a reduction in the number of producers. There was a reduction in, I think that was it. But there was a slight reduction, yes, in reported gross sales from $757,887,000 in 2020 to $725,752,000 in 2021. So we believe that part of the reason for the decline is the National Organic Program has increased enforcement action and tightened the certification requirements to assure organic integrity. We believe that came to play in 2021. Next slide, please. Industrial hemp had reductions as well, and the number of registrations went from 11 to 9. The registered acres went down from 458 to 151. Harvested acres did go up from 33 to 51.8, and pounds of industrial hemp produced went up from 6,600 in 2020 to 104,000 in 2021. The value, interestingly, went down from $619,000 to $374,000. So that's a market that we hope can grow, and no pun intended, in the near future. Next slide, please. Cannabis is another interesting story. It did go up in overall production value from $484,102,000 in 2020 to $618,193,000 in 2021. Prices did decline sharply toward the end of 2021. Cannabis flower declined 68% for mixed light and 56% for indoor grown flower. Cannabis, just like every other commodity in the county, agricultural commodity, is reported in this report annually, but it really is we're only reporting half of the story. We're only reporting the values, what was generated for the growers in the field. But the other half of the story, which is lacking here, is what did that cost? What were the costs of production? And so in most cases, growers make enough to pay their bills and sometimes have some profit. But sometimes growers lose money. But they keep going, they keep growing. They keep in business because perhaps they owe and they need to pay off some of their debt. They want to keep their customers. They are involved in family businesses that have been there for generations, and they want to keep the traditions going. Farming is in their blood. People are depending on them. It's what they know to do. And so, just like with all the crops and cannabis as well, a grower may make $1 million, but it may have cost him $1 million to make it. And so that's the message that I want to leave you with. The other half of the story of the 2021 Crop and Livestock Report. I'll take any questions. I believe Norm Groot, Executive Director of the Monterey County Farm Bureau, and Tim Stemler, Executive Director of the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association, are also here in case I can't come up with an answer. So I'll take any questions you may have.
Henry, thank you so much for that really enlightening report. And the video was just spectacular. It makes me just so proud to be living here in Monterey County, much less being on the Board of Supervisors for this amazing place where we live. So let me go first to our board and see if there are questions or comments that anyone would like to make. I'll look first, Supervisor Phillips. You're good, Supervisor?
No comments or questions at this point.
Thank you. And I will go online to Supervisor Rudascu. Okay,
I'm
Supervisor.
good, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo, any questions or comments at this point?
Yes, first of all, I wanted to thank our Ag Commissioner for this report. Just wanted to ask on the cannabis, as this has been an issue for our industry in our county. This is our third cannabis crop report that was allowed under a law that Monterey County sponsored, but it was allowed statewide in all the county crop reports, and this is our third edition of that. But I wanted to get clarification because it's the numbers, as you rightly pointed out, Mr. Gonzalez, the numbers don't tell the whole story just by looking at numbers, but they are nonetheless significant because when we look at cannabis production and value, and we're only looking at the year 2020, the calendar year, and comparing it to last year, calendar year from January through December. The production and value went up significantly from 484 million to 618 million. And that's about a 22% increase. And as you said, that's the increase in value, but it doesn't explain the costs that were spent to produce that. And it doesn't mean that that is profit for the growers of that amount. But nonetheless, I just wanted to point that out. And then when you look on the chart below it on page 26, it gives the production by type, nursery, indoor, mixed light, and it kind of breaks it down in different categories from square footage, nursery products, dried flower, trim, and seed. All the areas grew except trim. Trim dropped from 99,300 in 2020 down to 30,600 last year. So that's probably at least more than a 2/3 drop there in trim. I don't know if you have any idea to better elaborate on we're seeing the increase in the crops, the drop in the production, especially in the area of trim, but nonetheless the values are high. I think the value at 618 million, if we compare it to all the other traditional crops grown in Monterey County, it would actually put cannabis at number 3, behind strawberries and behind what's the other one? It's number 2 would be leaf lettuce.
Leaf lettuce.
Cannabis would be number 3 out of all crops, and I think last time it was at number 5 or number 6. So that, just in terms of value, has grown significantly. So I just wanted to point that out, and maybe if there's any ideas, because it seems to contradict itself. Where the value of cannabis is growing, the values of what of price per pound is dropping. We all know that. That's common sense across California. The trim in one of the most significant production areas has dropped by 2/3, but nonetheless, we have an overall increase in value. So I just know that there'll be some kind of questions there from the press about how does that make sense? It seems to contradict itself.
Yeah, I believe it goes back to the theme of the crop report, which is the diversification. And there's as you were just mentioning, there's different categories of licensing and production. There's the flower, indoor flower, mixed light, the trim, the seed, the nursery products, all of those different aspects or ways of producing cannabis, just like all the other commodities that we have. That's the diversification. So if one drops, such as trim for various reasons, consumer preference or whatever it is, the reason, others go up. Now, why it's gone up so much in value, I think that's important to keep in mind that the costs of production have also increased significantly. Right now, we can look at a clear example is fuel costs, gasoline and diesel. But that's not the only cost. There's been shortages of other items necessary for production due to the COVID-19 pandemic. There've been shortages due to supply chain problems with many different products, pallets. Fertilizers have gone up in cost, so everything has gone up, and so fortunately the value as well. But somewhere in there, there are losses as well as some profit.
Yeah, and I just want us to be able to better articulate that to the public that despite the value, there is significant cost in this particular crop. In terms of the taxation that goes along with the cost to produce it, and then what it's being sold at, they're not necessarily completely recuperating all their costs or making any significant profit. That's all I wanted to make sure that we're ready to be able to answer those questions. But I think it is a helpful tool here for us to gauge from year to year changes in this particular new industry in Monterey County. It's an important one, as we all know. It has saved our we've been able to do things, and it's been able to save our budget the last several years in a very profound way. But we're in a critical period here of some major economic challenges in the industry, and I want to make sure we're continuing to monitor it. And these numbers here are a helpful tool to kind of gauge what is happening in the industry in our particular county. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much for bringing up those points, Supervisor Alejo. I agree with you. I had a couple of quick questions as well. Just a question around hemp. It indicated on the charts that there were many fewer acres, many fewer growers, yet there was a huge increase in the poundage. Can you just give me anything on that?
Yes, well, I believe that the registrations went down, so there's less producers. We went down in
acres
and registrations, but in acreage, we did go down overall in acreage, but it's the harvested acres that went up from 33 in 2020 to 51.8 in 2021, and I believe that was I believe a positive. The pounds of production went up accordingly. More acres harvested. More pounds of hemp also, but sadly the value went down, and this is still a developing market. I know early on there was a lot of interest and a lot of stories about how folks were going to get rich quick growing hemp, and there's really not been a market that would sustain that. And I believe that's part of the problem. I know that the first year that we had production, a number of the growers here and in other counties, they harvested their crops and they didn't have any place to market it. I was really amazed to meet one grower who was growing many acres of hemp, but yet he didn't have a market. And with most of our commodities, if not all, that we grow here, you have a market. You may have an agreement to provide your product once harvested to a company. So you already have a market, but it's not been the case with hemp. And I think that there's issues at the federal level that still need to be resolved, and it's going to take longer to develop and develop as a market. And the values are so much lower. It ain't cannabis.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And then one final question. I noticed that we experienced almost a 5% increase in 2021 overall in the crop report, which is wonderful. And it is up to 4.1 billion in gross receipts, which is terrific. You used a number of 11.6 billion at the beginning of your presentation, and it was unclear to me what that represents.
Go back. See here.
If it's in the report, I can, when I get my copy of it, I can simply look it up and check.
Yeah, I think that was with the categories that we have.
Don't worry about it. That's fine. I'll find it in the report itself, which was
not finding that
really wonderful. Thank you so much for this. So we have completed our our board comments and questions. Yes, they were going to go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who would like to comment on this item today.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. If I could ask for a couple more minutes, I would like to expand on what Henry just explained and talk a little bit about the market. I did participate in the study, so I'm kind of quasi involved in the report and a member of the public as well. But so the question was that Supervisor Alejo posed was why the increase? How do you account for that? And I think what we have to focus on, everybody here, is the fact that we have a $618 million market based on a crash that occurred in 2021 in around July. So after that point, when the crash started happening, harvest was coming in, and the real question or the real issue is what could have been. We could have been an $800 million market. We could have been a 900, possibly even a number one commodity in the county. That didn't happen because of market conditions. We had too much supply on the market and not enough buyers basically in California that were taking that. And so there are a couple reasons why it was problematic at that time of year as well, because typically when growers are growing for the first half of the year, the revenue is going to pay bills that went in from Croptober. So you have Croptober coming in October, November. That's a typical outdoor market. It floods the market. Prices typically go down, and then they gradually recover throughout a year, closer to our harvest. And so prices, the revenue that was generated was going to pay past debt. They were also going to pay for capital improvements that were necessary as part of CEQA and paying for traffic impacts and things like that. And so while we had a margin at that time and the market was looking very good and very healthy and strong, it crashed in July. And what we've been since that point, we have had businesses go, cannabis companies go out of business. And if they had a margin, they used that margin for the capital improvements, which were increasing square footage, which conceptually, the tax revenue is based on square feet. It's based on.
Aaron, excuse me to interrupting you, but I'm just wondering, my hope is that you're planning to come back this afternoon at the end of our board meeting when there is a cannabis item that would be your input would be extremely important there.
Well, the backdrop for today's meeting is really right here, because the question is, how do we get 618 million and then ask for tax relief? And it's a big issue. It takes longer than 2 minutes to explain. And so I hope that we have the opportunity for further dialogue and thank you for this time, but there are definitely reasons why the numbers look askew at this from this crop report.
Your information is important to us, so we would look forward to hearing more of it this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams and Supervisors. I'm Norm Groot, speaking for Farm Bureau Monterey, and I wanted to offer a few perspectives of this year's crop report. It highlights the resilience of our local farming and ranching community through 2 really difficult years of sudden change. While we're not back to pre-pandemic levels of gross values for production, there are some bright spots that show how our crop diversity supports our local economy and over 50,000 jobs. The crop report on page 2 highlights a long list of risks and farmers and ranchers face each and every day. With pressure from increasing input costs, margins remain very thin for many of the crops produced because the wholesale market is not fully recognizing those increased costs. Our local economy is dependent on the success not only of our farmers and ranchers, but also on the processors, shippers, and ancillary businesses that support our diversified farming and ranching community. As we look forward, water and labor will continue to drive production costs higher and possibly force changes in our diversified crop portfolio. Implementing the sustainable groundwater management plans will provide opportunities, but also some very expensive and difficult choices. Much appreciation goes to Agricultural Commissioner Henry Gonzalez and his staff for assembling the crop report each and every year. And this year's focus on the importance of crop diversification is really well timed. Farm Bureau is proud to be part of this progressive agricultural sector with strong and expanding organic production and cannabis products. We should all be proud of the salad bowl of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Groot.
Hello, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Kim Stemler, the Director of the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association, and we were a lot happier this year because there was no fire during harvest. So we were able to increase our value by 106%. Hopefully, we will not have any fires during harvest in the future. And I want to point out a few things. There's a significant reduction in the amount of farmed acreage. About a little over 6%. So we're usually around the same size as Napa, around 45,000 acres. And we're down around 42,000 right now. But we're still producing more. So our efficiency, our use of technology, the maturity of the grapes helps us to still grow a considerable amount. A few things that are hindering us and causing us to pull these grapes, one are pests. Vine mealybugs, a vector for a virus in grapes that are very bad. And some of our growers are very responsible and pull the vines when they're infected, which is very important. 2 is just the basic economics. It's really like everything else. It's very expensive to do anything right now. And the market's really uncertain. We sold 30% more wine during COVID throughout the state, but will that continue? I don't know. And they don't know. So the market's very uncertain. And then the other thing, there's 3 really quickly, and my mind's escaping me. Oh, old vines. So vines hit their peak productivity when they're 10, 20 years old. But once they hit about 30, they start producing less. They produce great quality, but it's less. So often they get pulled then. We look forward to the future of Monterey wine country. We think from a climatological perspective, we're well suited and we could continue to be a premier region in Monterey County, in the state. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stemler. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on this item? If not, I'll quickly bring it back to the board for comments. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. We do have one hand raised, and I think I saw Christina DePaci. Yes, Ms. DePaci, we'll go to you first.
Hi there. Thank you so much. I just wanted to address the comments about the trim
and just shine some light on that. And so when the market collapsed and your like A grade whole flower dropped 68% in value, it affected all of your byproducts. And so your small pounds, which used to sell for $500, $600, $700, all of a sudden are selling for $100 to $200. And what that did for trim, which used to sell at about $100 a pound, is now at $10 a pound, if you can even sell it for that. And at that pricing, it costs more to keep it in track and trace and store it on your warehouse space and to just organize and inventory it than it does to just waste it at that point. And so most operators in Salinas Valley, greenhouse operators, we just waste our trim at this point. There's no sense to keep it. We also deal with pesticide issues because we're tested parts per billion. And so a lot of our greenhouses, if you're bordering or near any of the fields, we get the effects of those sprays. And so we're always like hit or miss for pesticides anyway. And so that's kind of what happened there. And then I would just echo what Aaron Johnson said, which is the crash happened in the middle of the year last year. And so I think that's why, whereas the 2020 report will be a little bit more accurate as to like our new normal of pricing and of revenue that we're experiencing. And then, yeah, like our soil has doubled in cost. Fertilizers are up 300 to 400%. They're harder to find. Everything's just super expensive, and we're all taking on a ridiculous amount of debt to stay in operation. Oh yes, I'm an owner operator of a cannabis company. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you. I know I have a couple of hands raised from our board, and I am going to go to the present here first.
Thank you, Henry, for the comprehensive report. It's interesting, but and it makes us realize that agriculture is what makes our county so unique. If it wasn't for agriculture and what we do here, our community would be like Silicon Valley and paved over, and that's a critical thing, and that's what makes us what we are. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just thank you, Henry, and industry and your whole team, who I see is here in the back, for putting in the effort to get us a comprehensive report that I have to agree with Norm. It shows the resiliency of our county. And by county, I mean the people who make us up, not the government sense of it, but the industry who continues to invest in our region. Because as Kim said, acres are down, but I'm proud to drive through the Salinas Valley and see so many people replanting acres, betting on the future in Monterey County. And I think that's so crucial to our approach, where farmers are optimists, right? They don't plant for today, and they don't chase the market that exists on the day that they're putting that plant in the ground. They're planning on prices in the future. They're betting on us, on everything that our region is doing. They're hoping that we're going to build the housing to keep labor at the right point. They're hoping that we're going to continue to provide the services we need to balance the equation. But it takes balance. Without it, the scales tip against us. And by us, I mean Americans. If we're not producing this food, this wine at home, we're importing that and dependent on others to bring that product into our borders. And that's scary. We need to be resilient at home. And I believe that this report shows that we are. And so I want to thank everybody who had a hand in making it happen, especially the farmers who produced this. And I know inflation last year was 4.7. So to see a number of 4.8 is a little scary, right? But it means we're moving ahead. We're not losing ground. And that's critically important as other parts of the state see what they label white areas as regions become non-farmable and there's risk. Here, we have solutions in front of us, and we have the optimists in those farmers that are making it happen. I wanted to talk just a little bit about cannabis because one of the quick calculations I did, given the number that was put out by the state at $161 a pound, is that leaf production, and that's just the leaf production, right, from last year, the flower. And if you do the quick calculation at $161 times those 694,000 pounds that were produced, that's $111 million in taxes sent to the state. That's scary. And when we look at what the need is and how close we are and how many people are losing jobs and production and the risk, that's a big number. So that to me was an astounding figure to quickly calculate, obviously up here on the dais, but we know that reform is needed in some ways. The conversations have to happen though. And so I hope that with time we can have those conversations to better understand the inputs, outputs, and structures, especially given the governor's action, which I know we're going to have an item later on today, but given the fact that it was brought up, I just wanted to share that figure. Once again, I'm appreciative. I think this report is great. I think it shows that we're moving forward and optimistic about our future. So thank you, Henry.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just had a question for Aaron Johnson. He was explaining part of what I had asked, and I believe Christina also helped us understand what's happening to trim. If Mr. Johnson could just help finish answering that particular question that I had, I'd appreciate it, because I know this is a key issue for the industry in Monterey County, and it would help us and the public and the press better understand the information that's in this report.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Alejo. I think Christine actually put it really well as far as what happens to kind of the it's not the bottom. There's still quality to trim. It's just that the price point is such that it doesn't make sense to continue to sell it, and can't sell it in many situations. And what we saw over the last year has been similar to what happened to the grape industry a couple of years ago, and that is an inability to sell either special grapes or bulk wine when it's or grapes per ton when wineries are full. And we see this, basically this is an agricultural commodity. It was doing well. We had discussions and we were explaining to the board what we would do with revenue, and that was to invest it back into the farms to get them a little larger, because on the back of the napkin type of analysis, I looked at about $200 per square foot to improve a greenhouse. To get 40,000 square feet extra, it costs about $8 million, plus roughly $1 million per year on the interest on that, because you're looking at high interest rates. We can't borrow from traditional banks. And so, except for Pacific Valley Bank, they have a different program. Luckily, that's the one bank just about in the nation that is engaged in this process. So, those are the economics that we're dealing with. And I think it really provides a good backdrop on why, trim was unsellable. They were, for what they paid in trim before, they're getting whole flower. And so that's essentially it. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Radascu? Any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again. Thank you so much, Henry, for your report. It was really excellent. And I have to agree with the comment that was made earlier, is that focusing on the diversification of the products that we are able to grow and sell in our community, in our county, is just really, really critical. And just want to thank you so much for the work that you've done. And at this point, I will entertain a motion to formally accept the 2021 Ag Commissioners Report.
So moved. Approve. Second.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion and a second? Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for an excellent report. With that, I'm going to recess the Board of Supervisors, and we will reconvene at 1:30 today. Thank you.
Mic number one, mic number one. Mic number 4. Mic number 5. Mic number 6, mic number 6. Mic number 10, mic number 10. Mic number 11. Mic number 12, mic number 12. Staff mic 1, staff mic 1. Staff mic 2, staff mic 2. Podium mic check, podium mic check. Clerk mic check, clerk mic check. Wireless mic, wireless mic. Wireless mic, wireless mic.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm sorry that we have kept you waiting a little bit today. We've had a busy agenda and it continues so. It is my pleasure to call to order. I'm going to first, we have a couple of little things that we have to take care of first, so forgive me if I'm jumping around a little bit. I'm going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and ask for a roll call vote, please. A roll call, please.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just a correction. Phillips is remote.
Right. Noted.
Thank you very much for that. And before we move forward, I'm going to ask Supervisor Lopez if he would like to make a brief announcement.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. I want to welcome some folks who are joining us today here in Chambers. We were able to put together a program at the beginning of this summer, and we have 3 South County young leaders with us. We're really proud of them. They spent the summer spending one-on-one time with a lot of leadership throughout the county, including a tour of the jail with the sheriff himself, with our CAO, Water Resource Agency, Henry Gonzalez. Throughout this county, they've spent their summer learning more about what makes government run. And I think them investing their time in their community through this program is something that's commendable. So I want to welcome Mauricio Arias, who's a political science major at Cal State Fresno. He's from Greenfield. We also have Luis Mesa, who's a political science major at Berkeley, also from Greenfield. And lastly, Julia Venegas, who is going into her senior year at Gonzales High. Just wanted to take this moment to welcome you guys to Chambers and thank you for investing your time in your community and investing your time in learning more about what makes our community run. Because at the end of the day, I hope you found the answer to be the people, yourselves, and thank you for investing in us. And we look forward to your culmination of your program, which is this Thursday. And lastly, I want to thank Monica Munoz from my office, who I was proud to poach from Supervisor Phillips's office, who helped build this program this summer. And she's done an incredible job, and just wanted to thank her for her time. So welcome.
Thank you. And the next thing, a bit out of order, I'm going to do is at this moment, I'm going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and reconvene the Pajaro County Sanitation District. And I'm going to look at our County Administrative Officer for some guidance here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, the board took up the Pajaro County Sanitation District on their consent agenda. Item number 2 has a resolution on there to address the adopting of their budget. And that was item 2A. And then we had 2B, which was to provide direction to staff whether appropriation from the cannabis tax assignment should be considered a loan to be repaid by the Pajaro County Sanitation District. And it was just kind of left at that. That 2B actually could be simply deleted today if the board so desired. The prior action of the Board of Supervisors for the County of Monterey on June 14th was to transfer that money to the Pajaro County Sanitation District. So if the Board of Supervisors of the county doesn't change its mind as far as transferring the money, which as far as I know, there's no change at the County Board of Supervisors level, then item 2B would just be deleted, and the board of the Pajaro County Sanitation District, you acting as that board, could just adopt the budget at this time. I'm sorry? No. Yeah. And so if it seemed like there was interest by Supervisor Phillips to make that motion just to adopt 2A and not have the money from the cannabis fund of the county be a loan, but rather more of a grant, a direct transfer from the county. And so unless there's other direction from the board now sitting as the Pajaro County Sanitation District, you could just move forward with 2A.
And do you need a motion to to make that happen.
Correct. And I think you have Randy Ishii and maybe Tom Bonigat on Zoom if there's any need to correct what I've said.
Mr. Ishii, you want to weigh in here to be sure we're following the rules?
Thank you, Chair and Directors of the Pajaro County Sanitation District Board. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. As stated by the CAO, that it was all accurate. I do want to look to our Assistant Director, Tom Bonigat, for additional information to be able to provide you with. So with that, Tom, I will yield the floor over to you.
Thank you. And I'll simply add, if that's the board's direction, as explained, that would be a correct course of action. If the board decides to do something else, we stand by to help through that process.
Supervisor Phillips, I see that you're, go ahead, Randy.
Thank you, Chair Adams. One additional comment we wanted to make was that it was the intention for this to be brought forward as a loan. Staff recognizes that was the recommendation of the Budget Committee, and that was carried forward to the board. The decision is yours for today, but we just wanted to add that last bit of information. And thank you very much. We're available for your questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Phillips, do you want to weigh in on this?
Well, my hope is that we don't make it alone. We do it like we've done previously with other sanitation districts. We're trying to get these sanitation district fixed up so we can get rid of them and they're in good shape and we don't get sued for another breach of the sewer line like we had in Pajaro before. So I'd appreciate it not being alone. And that would be my motion if that's necessary.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up.
Yeah, this came to the Budget Committee, and both Supervisor Askew and I were fine having it as a loan. But the question did come up if the Pajaro community has the ability to pay it back, right? So I get Supervisor Phillips' point. And even if it became a loan, it could be forgiven in the future by this board. But I don't want to put more burden on the backs of those who could least afford it, but probably some of the most low-income residents, farm workers in North County. But the other part of this question that came up was why hasn't the sanitation district, which is basically us, we're the board that oversees the Pajaro Sanitation District. It's the same 5 members, same 5 board of supervisors. But why haven't we raised it an amount to at least try to pay some of the increased costs to maintain the O&M of the district?
Well,
Randy or Tom?
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. What I'll do is I'll turn it over to Tom to talk about our timelines and actions that staff are currently undertaking.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. That's a good point. And recall, as we went through the recent budget process, I think what you're intimating for the benefit of the public is raising or adjusting the rates so that they're commensurate with the cost of service in the Pajaro Sanitation District. And we are rapidly working towards doing that while we also try and minimize those costs to the ARPA improvements that you're all aware we're doing. And so it is our intention before the beginning of the next budget cycle to conclude a rate study and process to modernize and update those rates and do it in a way that minimizes the increase. And so that's coming around the end of this calendar year.
Great. And that's what I wanted to put on there because I know at least that action will be considered after that study. And I don't want to look at those rate increases and on top of that have this huge debt also placed on top of that. So I'm good with Supervisor Phillips' recommendation considering the demographics of that community. And this is one of those equity and social justice issues that I'm supportive of being able to put it forward as a grant rather than as a loan at this time. Thank you.
Mr. CAO.
Yep, so it's fine. So I think the motion today, I apologize, I misstated. It's to authorize and direct the auditor controller to amend the adopted budget for the Pajaro County Sanitation District to have increased appropriations as stated in 2A on their agenda.
And I think Supervisor Phillips, you had made a motion to that effect too.
Yeah, and I wanted to just respond a little bit. This sewer district, the conditions of its assets were such a condition that we tried. It was managed by Pajaro Sanitation, and they knew what kind of a dismal condition it was in, and so they wouldn't take it over unless we guaranteed if there was a problem that we'd help do something about it. And then we had the big breach that cost us some money when we had the sewer leak. And the scary thing about this is the sewer line from Las Lomas and Pajaro goes under the river and is to the Watsonville collection. And so we helpfully with the ARPA money, we got this sewer district conditions up to where now we can sell it to someone and they can raise the rates, but not what if they tried to raise the rates and with all the capital improvements that were needed there, it would just been such a burden as Supervisor Alejo mentioned on a disadvantaged community. And so that's where we're trying to go and trying to get to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. So thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you. I just, it sounds like we have support to change this to a grant versus a loan. But I think that the concern that was discussed in the budget committee is that we have many special districts in our county, and we have many special districts who have significant needs and serve significant populations. And the concern is how and what role does the county play to backfill funding in special districts that are set up and identified to be self-sufficient. So this is not the only special district, just so that we're all on the same page and aware, this is not the only special district that has significant improvement in funding requirements quickly coming upon us. So if we do need to have a larger conversation, I just wouldn't want this to be setting a precedent that the Board of Supervisors and the county general fund dollars are available on a broad scale to backfill community service districts or special districts who have not been able to maintain their sustainability. We really need to have a plan for each one of these districts to ensure that they are sustainable moving forward. So as a one-time commitment, I'm comfortable supporting the motion today, but I do want to be really clear and very cautious that this is not indicative of a broader commitment to backfill all of our unfunded special districts.
Thank you, Supervisor Root Askew. So I think we can move forward. We have a motion and a second. Could we have let's go out. Actually, we'll go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to weigh in on this particular rather arcane item.
Probably better.
So sorry, Supervisor Phillips, you may want to mute yourself. I see no one coming forward and I do not see any hands raised. So we will go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Director Alejo.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Director Adams.
Aye. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District. And I realize I am going to now call to order the joint meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors. Can we have a roll call, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Lopez appearing in person and Supervisors Root Askew, Alejo, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. And if we could please have an announcement from our Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, voy a ser el intérprete en español para el día de la reunión de hoy. Si alguno de ustedes está deseando hacer un comentario y necesita el servicio de intérprete, por favor, cuando pasen al micrófono, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le pueda escuchar. También, por favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de traducirle consecutivamente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. Are there any additions and corrections to this agenda by the clerk?
There are none.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on anything that is not on the agenda of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and Monterey County Water Resources Agency today? I see no hands raised, and I see no one approaching the dais. So we will move forward then, and we'll go to the one scheduled matter that we have, which is to consider adopting the 2022 Monterey County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. And I think we have a presentation. Yes.
I think that's all right. Good afternoon. So I'm here to give you an overview of the 2022 Monterey County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan for adoption by the Monterey County, both the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. So the Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan generally outlines a broad vision and guiding principles for reducing the risk of specific hazards analyzed within the plan to Monterey County, and then to find actions to reduce those identified vulnerabilities. The largest benefit of this plan is that it gives the county and all participating jurisdictions the ability to apply for a variety of FEMA pre- and post-disaster hazard mitigation funding programs. And generally, hazard mitigation activities in this plan fall into 4 broad categories. So updating local plans and regulations like building code changes, general plan updates, and then structure and infrastructure projects. So this is really the most typical thing thought of in hazard mitigation activities. So large stormwater projects, building retrofits, and then there's education and outreach. So informing the public and property owners, elected officials about the risk of various hazards and how they can reduce their vulnerability here in the county, and then conservation and restoration activities. So forestry projects, wetland restoration. So the 2022 Hazard Mitigation Plan is actually the 3rd iteration of our county's multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, with the first plan being written in 2007 with a 2016 update, and then this being our 2022 update to the plan. In terms of this 2022 update, the plan went through a pretty robust edit. So we had a large amount of community outreach events, almost 7 community forums, 20 public presentations across the county. We held a variety of steering committee and jurisdiction-specific planning meetings. The entire plan was really rewritten and reorganized from the 2016 plan. It includes new risk assessments, new countywide problem statements, and mitigation actions. The plan was then reviewed by the public and stakeholders at the end of 2021, and then it went to FEMA and Cal OES, who review and approve the plan, and has now been deemed approved by them pending its adoption by this board and by all of the boards of the participating jurisdictions, which, to clarify, includes all 12 incorporated cities in the county, the Carmel Area Wastewater District, Monterey One Water, the Monterey Regional Waste Management District, and the Moss Landing Harbor District, in addition to the Water Resources Agency and the unincorporated county. So the plan itself is organized into 2 volumes. So volume 1 is county-wide and looks at risk across the entire physical borders of the county, where volume 2 contains those specific annexes of all of those jurisdictions I just mentioned and addresses their specific hazard risk and their specific mitigation actions. And so volume 1, really, as I said, that full countywide picture, it looks at all of the hazards listed here in their own sections and does a risk assessment and identifies what we can do to reduce the risk, and then has a broad countywide mitigation strategy. And Annex A, and similar to all the jurisdictional annexes, is the unincorporated Monterey County's annex plus the Monterey County Water Resources Agency's annex. And this includes our specific planning process here at the county, our unique land use and development trends, the specific risks posed within the jurisdictional boundaries of the unincorporated county, and our mitigation actions. So the recommendation here today is to adopt the plan as both the Monterey County, it's a joint resolution of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors and the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to adopt volume 1 of the plan, that countywide section, and then only Annex A of volume 2, which represents the unincorporated county of Monterey and the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. Let me take it out to our board and see if there are any questions or comments from the board members today. I think from Supervisor Lopez, I will go to Supervisor Root Askew, who's saying no. Supervisor Alejo.
No, none.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
No.
Okay, excellent. No questions today. I'm simply grateful and relieved to see that FEMA and Cal OES have completed the preliminary review pending the local adoption. And I'm just wondering if there are any other mitigation activities that are currently in the queue for FEMA funding at this point.
I know that there is a current application by our planning department for the Carmel River Free project, I believe. So that would be the only current application we have into FEMA at this time.
Okay, and do you know whether or not we've applied to FEMA for the San Antonio and Nacimiento Dam projects?
There may be a current pending application. I know that they are identified all of their projects here within the mitigation actions, and I know that either there is a pending application or the plan is to move forward shortly with an application.
Okay, if there's anything we can do to help move things along, please just let us know. Okay, thank you so much. Now I'll go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item from the joint boards of Monterey County Board of Supervisors and Monterey County Water Resources Agency. I see no hands raised. I see no one coming forward to the dais. So I will bring it back to the board.
Move approval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Askew.
Thank you very much. If we could please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Aye. Okay, thank you so much for that. And now I will adjourn the joint meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Lopez appearing in person and Supervisors Root Askew, Alejo, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. And we will go now to item 33, which is new referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no new referrals this week. However, the referral matrix is attached to your board materials.
Thank you very much. Now we will go to item 34, which is to receive a status update on the board referral 2021.19, creating a farm worker resource center. And I believe we'll have a presentation from Ag Commissioner Gonzalez on this.
Correct.
Gonzalez, are you there? Okay, I'm not seeing the person who's going to be making the presentation. I think we will move forward on our agenda and return to that item at a later time. So we're going to keep 30, we're going to trail then 34, and we will be going to item number 35. And 35 is a public hearing to consider denying an appeal by Fred and Gail Krubica of the zoning administrator's April 14, 2022 approval of the Huff application. And what I'd like to do is just give a quick overview of what the process will be for today. I'm going to, after we have staff presentation, I'm going to allow 10 minutes for each side to present their information. And then I will go out to the public to see if any member of the public is interested in commenting on this. Each person in the public would have a certain number of minutes at that time. But I do want to ensure that the 10 minutes that each side would have includes any kind of rebuttal or closing remarks. So with that, let's please go forward and have our staff report.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is San Fon Gallardo, Project Planner for Huff, PLN 210231. The property is located at 1125 Spyglass Woods Drive, Pebble Beach, with the zoning designation of medium density residential with a building overlay, part of the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. The project consists of an appeal of the zoning administrator's approval for construction of one-story single-family dwelling with an attached garage and removal of 51 protected trees. The project site is identified as Lot 4 of the Spyglass 3 subdivision, which is located in a densely forested rural area of the coastal portion of Del Monte Forest. The 51 trees proposed for removal have been assessed as part of the Pebble Beach build-out. The project was referred to the LUAC on November 12, 2021. Following the LUAC hearing, the applicant made minor revisions, but those revisions did not address the neighbors' concerns. No changes have been made and no new issues have arisen from the zoning administrator's approval. Staff has reviewed the appeals, contentions, and provided responses for the board's consideration. These concerns of the appeal are, the first one is the garage should be located to minimize the length of the driveway. The second is the driveway does not meet setback. And the third is the driveway location is intrusive. Mr. Lorca contends that the proposed design does not meet the design and construction guidelines of the Pebble Beach guidelines by placing the driveway over 2/3 of the entire length of the lot, which would not constitute a minimum length. The county's policy and regulations do not extend to enforcement of private entities' architecture review guidelines. Pursuant to Monterey County Code Coastal Implementation Plan of Del Monte Forest, new residential driveways regulations does not prescribe a specific requisite length. Based on the proposed location of the single-family dwelling, removal of the additional protected trees will be required if the structure is rotated 90 degrees. Based on topography, fire access requirements, and minimization of tree removal on the parcel, the proposed driveway and parking area meet the applicable requirements. As configured, the development achieves the policy goal of providing a simple and direct access to the property and minimizes impacts to trees and other vegetations on the project site. The appellant argues the driveway would violate Pebble Beach design and construction standards because it would extend into the setback. The county does not enforce Pebble Beach ARB standards. The county has no required setbacks for driveways. Lastly, Mr. Lorca also contends that the proposed design would create intrusive noise at the Kopika's bedroom windows from car and garage door operations and would introduce unhealthy exhaust fumes from vehicles requiring the Kopikas to keep their bedroom window closed. As designed and cited, the distance between the proposed garage and the Kopika's bedroom is approximately 38 feet. Monterey County Code Noise Ordinance prohibits operation of any machine, mechanism, or device that it produces a noise that exceeds 85 decibels. Examples of decibels levels of common sounds reaching 90 dBA are lawnmowers, power tools, and blenders. Garage door operation would not reach the 85 dBA. Staff contacted the Monterey Bay Air Resources District to evaluate whether fumes from the neighbor's garage would unsafely impact the neighboring property. MBART stated that it does not ordinarily comment on single-family residential projects, as these projects do not have significant air quality impacts or expense-sensitive receptors to substantial pollutant concentrates or cause odors that would adversely affect a significant number of people. Typical residential vehicles use associated with a single-family dwelling would not cause noise or pollution that would adversely impact neighbors. Staff would like to make a correction that are 51 trees, not 49, has identified in the arborist report. This change will be reflected in the resolution matter, finding number 2, evidence K, and the decision C, in addition to condition number 1. Staff recommends the board deny an appeal, finding that the project is consistent with the certified FEIR and approving a single-family dwelling with an attached garage and removal of 51 protected trees. Staff concludes the presentation and is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we hear from the appellant and the applicant, is there any member of the board who wishes to ask any questions? I see no hands raised. Okay, then what we will do now is go out to the audience and see if we would like to have, who would like to come first as far as making their presentation. Thank you. And we will have 10 minutes per side.
If he's going to share something, I have to do the timer here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Adam Jesselnick. I am the architect for the Lex Root Trust, responsible for the design and construction of their new home in Pebble Beach. I'll just give a brief introduction this afternoon. I appreciate your time. And then I'll invite my client, Mr. Huff, to come forward and make a brief presentation as well as part of our time. So I was approached by the Huffs to design a home that would be consistent with all Monterey County guidelines and planning regulations for this zoning district. This was the third house that I've had the chance to design as part of what's known as the Pebble Beach lots, the final build out of Pebble Beach. And many of the environmental and planning issues were thoroughly vetted for this development when those lots were approved by Monterey County nearly a decade ago. One of the driving factors in the design of this home that the Huffs gave to me was to design a house that would be subordinate to the neighborhood and blend in with the character of the surrounding houses. And also to keep the house at a single story, again, to make that subordinate to the surrounding pine forest. So after quite a bit of work on the design phase and also working closely with Monterey County staff, we arrived at the proposal for the new house. We then took that design forward through the standard county process to the Land Use Advisory Committee, as well as through the Del Monte Forest design review process, and were supported at every stage of the process. Basically, the key design factors for this house had to do with the shape and configuration of the lot. It is a flag lot, so the driveway access was somewhat predetermined by the layout of the lot in terms of where the driveway would enter the property. And then it's also a mild slope, but it is a sloping lot. And towards the western portion of the lot, there are more trees. And so a guiding principle of the design was also to maintain as many of those existing pine trees as we could. So given those constraints and the design objectives, we arrived at a house that we, again, feel like met all of the county guidelines and would be fully supported by the planning department and able to proceed with construction. So with that, I will have Mr. Huff come up and say a few more words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, Chair and Supervisors. I first wanted to say that my wife really wanted to be here, but she is home caring for her elderly parents and she is attending via Zoom, so she's here. Also, I'd say that I was unable to get connected to the Wi-Fi, so San, I think, has agreed. I hope we have it worked out where we can she can share my presentation here. So I just want to set a little bit of context of both the lot and the home that was designed for the lot. So this lot, it's lot 4. This lot was created in 2012 by the agreement between the Coastal Commission as well as the Pebble Beach company that created 90 home sites. So the next slide, please. And so 90 homes were created at that time in 2012. This is one of those. So next slide. This is a close-up of the plot map. Lot 4, we're the owners of lot 4. Lot 5 is adjacent to it. I will point out that both of these lots were sold in late 2020 as vacant lots for new home construction. Next slide. Just a little bit of a zoom out to once again to emphasize the character of the neighborhood. San already mentioned this, but I wanted a closer in pictorial of that the residential neighborhood into which these homes are going are zoned medium density residential with setbacks between 5 and 10 feet. And it's maybe a little hard to see, but at the bottom of that, there are actually some homes that are at the 5-foot setback at the bottom part of that. So next slide. As Adam said, early on in the process, our design considerations for this home was first and foremost, because it's the second time we've built a house and we always want to respect the county code regulations and guidelines, as well as the Pebble Beach codes and guidelines, and we have done that. It was also a goal. We loved the woodsy nature of the lot. We wanted to preserve as many of the trees as we possibly could. It is a design goal requirement that this be a single story home to suit our lifestyle. We also wanted to sit lightly on the land. And lastly, and this is a really important point for my wife and I, is that we do not want a house where the garage is the dominant feature of the house as you approach the house. So next slide, Sean, please. So this leads us to the design that we have. Our lot is the one on the left. The house on the right is the one that's currently under construction. The lot was bought, both of them again were bought in 2020. Starting at the back of our lot, you can see that our lot narrows near the back. Also, the woods grow more dense at the back, and our goal is to preserve as many of the healthy trees as possible. And in fact, we will be replanting many of the trees that we have to take out that are unhealthy to preserve the character of the area. Also, as Adam pointed out, the lot does start to slope more severely in the back. To the design of our house, we made a decision early on to angle the house away from the front property line. And it is, of course, is completely within the building envelope. After the LUAC meeting, we actually moved it farther back and angled it even farther away. We also have the main living spaces in the back of the house. Both of those design elements, I would point out, are not reciprocated in the complainant's design on the right, where the house is sitting on and parallel to the setback line, but still within county code. So we did not complain about that when they went for their approval. So you can see that the corner of the house, the closest place to the lot line is 21.5 feet. The corner of the house, which is behind the setback, the main garage door, is 32 feet from the lot line. Going up to the top in this picture, it is the corner of the house is actually 68 feet from the front of the lot. So in summary, I just say that we have been in this process since August 1st of last year. So coming up in August, we will have been in the Monterey County design review process for a year, going through review after review of a plan that started and remained completely within Monterey County code guidelines and regulations. We would ask the board to support the board report that the Monterey County Planning Department created so that we may at long last start the build of our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. I see we have Alex Lorca's hand raised. Mr. Lorca.
Thank you, Chair Adams and members of the Board of Supervisors. I was told I could share my screen here. So let me do that for a presentation. So my name is Alex Lorca. As you mentioned, I've not done an appeal before where the appellant went second, but no mind. This is regarding the Huff's home. And just for a little history here, this project.
Mr. Lorca, could I ask you to hold on just for 1 minute, please?
Sure.
You're in a presentation mode, so we're actually seeing your slide and your upcoming slide. You might want to back out and then share the screen as an actual presentation.
Let me try that. I appreciate the comment. So I think that's. All right, let me try and do this. I apologize for the delay here, and we'll do that. How's that? Is that better?
Much better.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris.
So, so going to a little history on this project. The LUAC reviewed this project previously, and you know, the purpose of the LUAC is to give you, the Board of Supervisors, and the planning staff sort of a look and feel of neighborhoods, of projects, of houses being built, and provide a recommendation to you going forward with respect to those, to sort of look and feel of a home. It's sort of it's kind of a gray area. It's sort of a soft, it's more qualitative than quantitative. You heard Mr. Huff speak about, you know, well, we check all the boxes. The LUAC is which gives you this sort of qualitative look and feel of a project. And at its meeting in December, While it did support the Huff's project, it very much insisted that the project architect should consider shifting the building to address the Krupikas concerns. As you heard from Ms. Pham Gallardo, the redesign did not address the Krupikas concerns, namely aesthetics and air quality and privacy. So after that, after the Del Monte Forest LUAC Advisory Committee direction, the Huff's architect, Mr. Jesselnick, moved the project over about a foot and a half. But as mentioned by planning staff, didn't address the Krupikas concerns. And based on that, you can't bridge the analytical gap between their direction and the sort of token effort made by the Huffs to move their home. As you can see from this slide, it's just a de minimis move, sort of acknowledging and recognizing the LUAC's authority and their direction, but sort of making it a token accommodation. At the LUAC, Bart Bruno mentioned flipping the house, putting the garage at the northern portion of the house, away from the Krupikas master bedroom. The other idea was to rotate it 90 degrees. As you can see, it's an elongated lot there. It's a flag lot, but it's definitely more elongated. So those would have been sort of two options that followed the LUAC's recommendation or direction, I could say. Your staff mentioned that the Del Monte Forest guidelines are not binding on the county. They are not. That's a correct statement, but they go to the same issue that your LUAC does, and that's the qualitative review of projects and direction for projects, look and feel, neighborhood, consistency with neighborhood characteristic. And to those, as staff went over, some of the issues that we have a problem with are minimizing the length of a driveway, intruding into the setback, and to be sort of unobtrusive as possible to neighboring properties, and in particular in the community in general. And again, this is a look and feel neighborhood characteristic issue. Checking the boxes is not the beginning and end of it. One of the problems the Krupikas have is that they were obligated to make design changes to their project. As you can see, the image on the left shows them with a longer driveway and a patio at the west side of the house back in October of 2020. But later in May of 2021, you'll see that the approved project, the patio is moved and the driveway is much shorter. And that was, based on direction and feedback from the Del Monte Forest ARB, which again, it serves a similar purpose to your LUAC. I think the most important point here is you will probably have heard your planning commissioners, especially Commissioner Deal, say many, many times, regardless of whether or not a project design meets criteria, that is that it checks the boxes. The Board of Supervisors, much like the Planning Commission, always retains the discretion to ensure that a project is fair to all and complies with direction of the county's boards and commissions. And in this instance, that means your board can direct further, can uphold the appeal and direct further revisions to the project. And that's something that planning staff would work with the applicants to do in this matter. Again, checking the boxes is not the beginning and the end. Checking the boxes is the floor, not the ceiling of the county's review. And this last slide shows sort of the dedicated forested open space here of this last development. It shows the master bedroom that's affected and the driveway. It's a rural area, as mentioned by Mr. Huff. It's quiet, it's open space. And the Krupikas simply ask that the Huffs be held to the same standards that they were held to, so that they can enjoy quiet use of their property. Again, discretion here is available to the board, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lorca. I will first come back to my board to see if there are any questions from any of the board members on this item. Excuse me, do we need to have staff's response first? Is there any response from staff to anything that's been said?
Staff doesn't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I'll come back to our board. I see Supervisor Phillips has his hand raised?
Yeah, I had I read somewhere where they were saying that the elevations weren't the same, that the floor elevation at 1121 was about 11 feet higher than the floor elevation of the Huff at 1125. Can staff respond to that, please?
Yes, through the chair, staff did a site visit out and reviewed and looked at the two properties. The elevation on the Huff's property is it's lowered than the Krupika's, but in terms of 11 feet, I guess I would have to go out there and determine at what point are we referring to, because it does slope down from the Huff's property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the board who has questions or comments at this point? Supervisor Rude Askew, Supervisor Alejo, and Supervisor Lopez? Okay, thank you. We will go back then and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item. I'm not seeing anyone approaching the dais, and I am not, yes, we do have one hand raised, and it is Mr. Krupika and Mrs. Krupika. So Fred Krupika, would you like to make your comments?
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, supervisors.
Excuse me 1 minute, please, Mr. Krupika. This will be part of the presentation, so this will not be limited to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you
Yes.
much. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, supervisors and Chair Adams. My name is Fred Krupika, and my wife Gail and I are the owners of 1121 Spyglass Woods, the sole property next to the project. The basis for our appeal is the unfair and unequal application of the written land use plan, the LUP, and the Del Monte Forest, DMF standards and guidelines for the project versus what was required for our project. We comply with the rules and guidelines for the construction of our home. Respectfully, we appeal to the Board of Supervisors to require the 1125 project to do the same. In designing our home, our architect steered us away from a design with a long driveway and other features into the setback, as it is not in compliance with the LUP and the DMF. DMF staff confirmed that for us as well. We accepted this willingly to be in full compliance. We expected that our neighbor, naturally, would also do the same. In a layman's sense of the term, absolutely, with rules not being applied equally to both properties, I absolutely feel discriminated against for two reasons. First, the project was approved after a 20-year written guideline for a driveway violating a setback rule was dismissed as a correction of an error, quote unquote. Secondly, that this project is being approved even though it violates the shortest driveway possible rule under the LUP. When you look at Mr. Lorca's side-by-side side map, you see and feel the impact of the egregious siting and the location of the garage. The project is not unobtrusive as possible, as required in the guideline. As proposed, the result will be car noise and exhaust and garage noise right under the nose of our primary bedroom in our home. At the LUAC, there was vigorous discussion about great support for improvement, including a 180-degree flip of the home. Mr. Bart Bruno, in particular, brought that up and demonstrated it in the meeting. Specifically, it was all focused on a garage location and short driveway at the north end of the property. The zoning administrator approved the project on technical reasons, and we understand that. But ZA Novo understood and acknowledges the validity and the basis of our appeal. He concluded that it was a difficult decision, specifically because of the unequal application of the rules and guidelines between the two properties. But in my opinion, it doesn't have to be that difficult for the Board of Supervisors. The LUAC, ZA, and Mr. Lorca's discussion easily demonstrates why equal application of the rules is needed. In fact, that's why they're there. To be followed, not to be broken, not to be in violation. In summary, we respectfully call on the Board of Supervisors to deny the project as proposed until plans are prepared to bring the project into compliance with community standards and county rules and guidelines. Thank you for your time today and attention in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Krupika. And now I see we have Rhonda Huff's hand is up, and then Gail Krupika. And Ms. Huff, there we go.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to point out a couple of things that I think are perhaps needing some clarification. As Adam mentioned, and San as well, I think mentioned, our lot is a flag lot. And so by definition, the driveway is long, as the Krupikas are familiar with their previous properties as well, where they've had flag lots behind them. So that's not unusual. Flag or driveways crossing setback lines are by definition required until we all invent hovercraft to get from the street to our driveways and garages. The driveway must by definition cross through setbacks, and perhaps generously, maybe if we take a look at where the garage is sited on the neighboring property, it is not a direct line from the street directly into the garage, which would have been easily done on the 1121 project. Rather, it comes around and enters in from the front of the property. So that, even our neighbors did not take the most direct route for their driveway in their project. And please note that even despite siting their home and expanding it, their plans directly onto the setback line, as they did, we, fully supported their project and their difficulties in getting their project approved through the Pebble Beach Architectural Review Board process. We understand was probably a frustrating experience for them. Luckily, our project has been supported by all of those all of those bodies to date. And I think that we talked extensively in the past and also at the zoning administration about why, in terms of logistics, civil engineering issues, drainage issues, siting the home farther back on the property would cause us not to be able to build a single-story home. The lot, there was a question by one of the supervisors earlier. Yes, our lot is sited farther kind of downhill from the Krupikas, so their floor level is well above our property. In fact, where their bedroom windows are located, we'll be looking out sort of at the top of our roof line rather than directly into the neighboring at the floor level of the property. But what we have been told, and Adam can probably speak to this as well in terms of additional complications with construction, drainage issues, et cetera, is one of the great cares and cautions that we were taking in siting the home where we did. This is not something that's just simply a modular mix and match sort of a design that then you can move anywhere on the property and not have significant additional loss of trees, significant additional complications with construction and drainage issues because of the way the lot slopes dramatically and narrows dramatically toward the base of it. So all of these things combined, I wanted to help clarify some of the previous comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Huff. And now we have Gail Krupika.
Unmute there. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we have 4
good.
minutes left.
4 minutes left. I won't need that much time. Thank you. My name is Gail Krupika. My husband and I own the property next to the project, and we do ask for the reasons you've heard that you not dismiss our appeal. I'd like to respond to a couple of points that have been made, but most importantly, first, I'd like to add one personal, very important point. We chose to build our new home in Del Monte Forest on our lot in particular with just a single neighbor and the surrounding large protected forested area that Alex showed on his slide to escape car noise and fumes that we suffered from at our prior home located on a very busy street. I must say I was devastated when I saw the proposed location of our neighbor's garage and driveway. I think never would anyone ever expect in the middle of the forest on 2 half-acre lots that a garage would be allowed to be built right under your bedroom window. If I could ask you for just a moment to imagine this happening to you at your home. At the ZA hearing, I read a letter submitted by my doctor explaining that I have chronic lung disease. I was born with the condition. It has resulted in recurring bouts of severe pneumonia and hospitalization. My doctor's letter left no doubt that any exposure to harmful pollutants like car exhaust is extremely dangerous to my health. So allowing this project as proposed will cause me to suffer a great deal. But the siting of the project so very, very close to our home on 2 half-acre lots will also harm the value and the desirability of both of the parties' homes, both homes, in the eyes of any future buyers. It also sets a very undesirable precedent for unequal application of the rules for home development in the forest, and thus it harms the neighborhood and our community as a whole. Addressing just a couple of comments from today. First, the floor level of our home is not at the top of the roof line. It is, I don't know how many feet, I haven't gotten out there on a ladder to measure, but while it may not look into a window, it's a large, large view of the Huff's property. Secondly, the discussion about the flag driveway was a little concerning because the flag is not the driveway. It's just a means to access the lot. Then comes the driveway. And the driveway runs 2/3 of the way across the property. So that is the long driveway that we're talking about here. The flag is irrelevant. Respectfully, I ask the Board of Supervisors to reject the project as proposed until our neighbor does take the action as required by the LUAC to address our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Krupika. I think that each of you has used your 10 minutes. So I will need to come back to our board now for discussion and questions and a determined vote. And I'll just, give you some of my personal perspective. I went up, of course, and looked at the house. I'm familiar with the area, looked at both of the properties. And it's always just troublesome when these kinds of appeals are before us, because by the time it comes to the Board of Supervisors, it's pretty clear that the dispute is not going to be settled easily. I think given the nature of a flag lot like this, I've looked at both at the drawings, but then again, looking at the property itself, I would think that it was going to be clear that a driveway is going to have to go up to go through the that area to be able to get to the flat part of the property where the house is proposed to be built. I am totally sensitive to the expectations of residents within the Del Monte Forest to be able to enjoy the quality of life that it offers. I just, though I'm not persuaded that the Krupika's concerns that the Huff's new home will have such a detrimental impact as they've asserted. I feel like the height from just my perspective, but definitely looking at the drawings, that there will be a difference between the proposed garage location and the primary bedroom at the Krupika home. There again, further separation, I think, created by those elevations is significant. I think that there was definitely, from reading the minutes of the LUAC meeting, which I did, and the architectural review comments as well. I think that there were some definite suggestions that were made, but I understand that the constraint of the topography of the ground, I could see that, there's quite a slope there, would have made it very difficult. Plus, there would have to have been more trees that would be removed, and I don't think anyone is supportive of that. I think the final thing, though, that gets me more than anything else is that as we sit here as, community leaders in our various fields on the Board of Supervisors, we do have to rely in many ways on the experience and perspective of staff. And as I look at the zoning administrator, and then the LUAC and the staff there, and then again at the zoning administrator, all of whom felt like this was a workable situation, I am somewhat hesitant to not support the staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and approve the project as it is proposed. Before a motion is made, though, I would like to see if any of my colleagues have any additional comments to make. Good Supervisor Lopez.
I concur.
Thank you. Supervisor Rudascu.
Thank you. And I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Adams, and I appreciate that this is clearly an important issue to both of the individuals and the families who are choosing to, make their home in their life here in Monterey County. And I guess I intend to, given everything we've heard today, I'll be supporting the staff recommendation to deny the appeal. However, I do hope that the neighbors can find a way to work together and work things out so that you can, be neighbors in our community. And I also just want to recognize that we have an audience full of folks who are waiting for us to have a discussion about a farm worker resource center where most basic issues of housing and food access and legal access and healthcare are awaiting, are desperate. People who are really truly in desperate need of some of these most fundamental resources for their health and welfare. So it's the disparity that I'm seeing in our community right now. I have to it's hard not to comment on that as we take this action today. But I do appreciate the time that staff put into it, and the two families who, this is clearly an important issue. I do hope that they can find a way to work it out. But thank you for the chance to comment, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I concur with you, Madam Chair. I think what they're doing is reasonable, especially considering the configuration of their lot. And the Capikas did build their residence right on the setback line, and so that is part of the problem. And the driveway coming by, you can have a driveway on this setback. So, and with the difference in heights, I don't see it being a problem. So I will support your motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Luis Alejo.
No, I heard both sides, and I appreciate the concerns coming from the appellants here, but I am going to have to also agree with staff's recommendation in this particular case. And I hope the neighbors, as my colleagues have said, can find a way to find peace there in the neighborhood.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo. With that, I believe that we will have a motion. I'll make a motion to deny the appeal and find that the project is consistent with the certified final environmental report, impact report for the Domani Forest Local Coastal Program Amendment and the Pebble Beach Company concept plan, and that the project does not require additional project level environmental review, and approve the application for a coastal administrative permit and design approval.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Rudascu.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we will close item 35 and go to item 36, which is to receive a presentation regarding the change in the injury and illness prevention plan and the role of the safety department relating to employee health and public safety.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a couple of introductions to the Board of Supervisors. I don't know that you've been introduced to both individuals that are going to be participating in this presentation. First, I'd like to introduce Danielle Mancuso, who's stepped forward here. She is our new risk manager. She started with the county exactly 1 year ago today. She came to us from the city of West Palm Beach, Florida, where she was their risk manager. With Ms. Mancuso is Andrew Miller, our safety officer. Andrew's been with us since October of 2020, and he came to us from the firm Babcock and Wilcox, which, if I understand correctly, is a clean energy technology and solutions company, and it is an international company with locations all around the world. We're very lucky to have both of them, and they're going to give a presentation on the safety program and some updates that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Council.
Okay. Okay, so I'll get started on the presentation. Thank you for the time today to present on the safety program and some of the updates that we've made since my time and Danielle's time here with the county. Just a brief overview, we'll cover county safety as a whole with an org chart, safety impact from that org chart, some brief updates on the IIPP template that we just recently pushed out, first aid treatment program, safety website updates that we've made, and the employee safety newsletter that we've been pushing out monthly. So safety is under the risk management group under county council. So I report as a safety officer to Danielle, and under myself, I have 3 direct reports that are assigned to departments, one being Natividad, one the sheriff's office, and the other is public works, facilities and parks. Outside of that, other departments are to assign their own safety coordinators within the department that kind of fill the shoe in those departments to help implement safety programs and also the IIPP. So some of the impacts from our group it's pretty wide for the size of the group that we have. It's a small group on the safety side of things, but consulting with departments to develop and implement safety programs. So if departments reach out for us, for instance, a welding, cutting, and grinding program, we could come in, assess the location, see what kind of tools they're using, and develop a safety program for the use. Monitor for newly adopted and revised standards. We do that on a regular basis, weekly. Investigating injury and incidents and county liability claims we're involved in, conducting safety audits and inspections, and that can be anything from ergo inspections to safety inspections for employee safety, and then conduct evaluations, tool and safety equipment training. So if there's a piece of equipment that's safety related and we have experience with it, we can either get a vendor involved or we can train the equipment with our knowledge base. Forklifts and safety equipment and PPE training. So we have Vera is one of our safety coordinators and investigators, and she is certified to train in the forklift and among other equipment. And she does a pretty good job with that across the county and offering that to all departments. And then manage county DOT programs. We have a DOT program with 5 departments, and we manage that, including drug and alcohol and training for the DOT program. And then county regulatory inspections and response support. So if we get any notices from Cal OSHA or any complaints, letters, or visits, we will act and support the department in the response. So part of the safety program, the largest part of it is the injury and illness prevention program, which is how I explain it. I'll explain it on the next slide, but it's the umbrella of the safety program for the departments. And this is a California requirement. It's not required in all states, but it's one that all employers have to have within the state of California. And they have they have a set of elements that are required for employers. And I've got bullets here below to cover those, but management, commitment, and assignment of responsibilities, to identify responsibilities, not just say this is a program, there's no one responsible for it. Safety communication systems, system for assuring employee compliance and safe work practices, which goes along with scheduled inspections, evaluations, and accident investigation, procedures for correcting unsafe and unhealthy conditions, safety and health training and instruction, and also record keeping and documentation. So what is an IIPP? It's exactly how it's explained. It's a program you build to prevent injury and illnesses within the workplace. If you look at it as a whole, the IIPP is like the umbrella for a department safety program. Some departments are going to have multiple safety programs on top of that are going to be included in the IIPP or attached reference to it. One, for instance, could be fall protection. Hot work can be one, but it all depends on the department and what type of tasks they're conducting. So with the county IIPP, we had some recent updates, and just to briefly cover those, we had some updates on the program objectives. We better define those within the IIPP. The responsibility section in there is better defined and laid out. The format as a whole has been updated. We included a PPE assessment tool and a risk assessment table, and also a format that is linked within the website to walk through a PPE assessment. So if any of the departments need to use that, they can walk through it, assess the PPE for the task, and also address hazards. And the training section was updated briefly. There was no previous mention of retraining, and that's an important thing to mention within the job. And then remove previous reference document list that was basically, it was non-existent, it was just a reference list to subjects within Cal OSHA standards. Another updated program that recently worked on was the first aid program. One thing I identified right from the start when I began was that we have a lot of departments that don't have first aid available to them. It may not be required for them to have it, but it's always good to have it there just in case. But Cal OSHA has requirements for general industry and construction. And basically for general industry, if there's not a clinic within near proximity, then we have to offer first aid, and someone's got to be trained to render first aid. And then within construction, if you've got multiple employers involved in a construction project, they each have to have first aid available for their employees. So some things that are good about having a first aid treatment program. One is speed of treatment. With the kit in the workplace, whether it's required or not, treatment is available immediately. They don't have to leave and find treatment elsewhere. They can take care of something small on site, and it can serve as a temporary solution for more severe injuries until EMS arrives on scene. Also, it offers cost savings, so it prevents unnecessary offsite clinic visits, where if it was a minor first aid that can be taken care of with gauze or a Band-Aid, you can do that on site instead of going off site to a clinic. It limits employees' time away from the workplace if it's a minor injury, something that can be handled. And then it prevents unnecessary follow-up appointments, because some doctors seem to require follow-up appointments no matter what the case is, even if it's taken care of on the first visit. One change recently to the first aid materials within the Cal OSHA standard is prior to this, they had a requirement that a physician had to approve the first aid equipment that you had on site per the job tasks or what the work type was going to be, how many employees. And now they have kind of a mixed requirement. So if there's anything that's not considered an unusual first aid requirement, that you don't have to have a physician's letter to approve the first aid equipment. And what that does is it helps the departments be compliant in those situations. So it's it should open it up to other departments starting to bring in a first aid safety program or treatment program. Another update, as mentioned before, is the safety webpage updates. On the left, you'll see where the old page was basically a single page with just links to either reference documents or programs, no real detail to it. And the new safety page, you can look at it. It's live now. There's still updates ongoing, but there's additional information per the subject. So if an employee is searching for something, they may find it right there on the page. They don't have to jump around to different pages. And if not, there's reference links built in on most of the pages with documents and forms and templates and such that are shared. So the layout is a little more thorough. And along with that, we started a share file. So the forms that are on the website are saved in our share file. You click on the share, or you click on the link for the form, and it will take you directly to it. The employees can download it and critique it and use it for what they needed to, or they can just they can review it or use it on their computer right from the share file. So that'll make it easier to eliminate, I guess, multiple revisions that are out in the field. We can correct them on the share file, and that's the most updated format. And recently, as I hope everyone's seen, is the employee safety newsletter we rolled out this year as part of one of our initiatives. We're doing this on a monthly basis, and you probably saw in June we did a weekly basis just based off of a national safety month that was available for information. And this is part of an initiative to be more transparent and more open to employees. At the bottom of each of the newsletters, you can see there's a link to go to the county website, and it gives them an opportunity to report a hazard or make a recommendation for the safety program as a whole. So they can go there, they can report it anonymously, or they can leave their name and information, and we can reach out to them as well. So that's one of our new programs this year. And with that, that's all I have. If you have any questions, we are open.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Excuse me. Let's just see if we have any questions or comments from our board. Not seeing any comments or any hands raised. Nope, I'm getting some nods. Okay, I don't believe that we have any questions at this point. Supervisor Alejo, no questions. I'll take it out to the public. And I do have one question. I did want to ask whether or not there has been any focus on any of the departments that have more frequent cases or incidents than others. And I heard you mention 3 departments early on in your presentation. I wasn't clear if that's what you were to which you were referring.
That's how the previous focus was that we had safety coordinators that are built into the risk management department, and they're assigned to the larger departments with more workers' comp cases. Yeah. So that would be Natividad, the sheriff, and then public works, facilities, parks.
And is that continuing?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. I do not see any supervisors' hands raised, and I'll ask the public if anyone in the public is interested in commenting on this item today. I'm not seeing anyone come forward in the dais. It looks like my county administrative officer is making noises with hands.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the Risk Management Division for really professionalizing their approach, which is just a continuing improvement. So I just want to thank them for bringing it forward.
Thanks.
And thank you very much, Ms. Mancuso, and congratulations on your 1-year anniversary today. And I think we were simply going to be receiving the presentation, so I do not believe that a motion is needed at this point. So thank you very much. Thanks again for your presentation today. And moving forward now, we'll close item 36 and open item 37, which is to receive a presentation from the Monterey County Health Department, the Tobacco Retail Licensing Program. And I believe that we have Michelle House and Marina Pinchon. Okay. And we're ready to roll when you are.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Michelle House, Monterey County Public Health. I serve as a supervisor within the Chronic Disease and Injury Prevention Branch. With me today, joining through Zoom, I also have Marina Panchenko from County Council, Marnie Flagg from the Environmental Health Bureau, and Chief Thornburg from the Sheriff's Office. I wanted to provide a little bit of a background of why we're doing this today. So several months ago, while I was working with you to pass an ordinance for flavored tobacco and single use, it was asked that I return several months later and provide an update on the enforcement activities, provide a little bit of how the tobacco retail licensing ordinance enforcement works, and then give a little bit of an update also on how the fines and penalties are built within the current tobacco retail licensing ordinance. I think also today we need to provide an update and address a change that will be happening or actually has already occurred within our active enforcement, and we'll be talking a little bit about that today as well. So before we begin, I just want to quickly review with you that of the youth in our region is defined as Monterey and Santa Cruz, that 6.3 of our youth are currently using tobacco. And of course, you're not surprised to see that it's primarily electronic cigarettes and low use of traditional tobacco. So first, let's just give a little bit of an update and kind of a background around the actual tobacco retail licensing program. So the program itself is in conjunction with 3 departments. So that's the Environmental Health Bureau, Public Health, and the Sheriff. And together we work with tobacco retailers to provide education. We provide invoicing on a yearly basis for the annual fee that I'll also address today. We also do inspections, and then we within the store environment itself, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then we actually do work together to do enforcement, and we're going to talk about what that means and what enforcement is. So the overarching goal of the TRL is to maintain a level playing field for all tobacco retailers, provide fees to pay for the local compliance and keep the staff, going with that, and then reduce, of course, our initiation of our young people with actually beginning the use of tobacco products, because we want to keep the tobacco away from them. We want to keep our young people from being able to buy tobacco. So here's a little bit, I call this our family. So this is our current jurisdictions who have an existing tobacco retail licensing ordinance that is part of their city and or in our case, county code. We currently have 319 retailers, and you can see in this all the different cities within our 13 jurisdictions that are participating, and within those little parentheses, you'll see how many stores. This is an approximate number based on the list that we currently receive from the state. And we're hoping soon, our goal is to have all 13 jurisdictions, of course, joining what we call our tobacco retail licensing or our TRL family. So let's talk a little bit about the fee briefly. Currently, the fee to sell, so if you are a retailer who is selling within one of those jurisdictions just shown previously, you are providing or you will be provided an invoice annually, and you will pay $384 to participate in this particular program. And then you can see it's broken down. So the Environmental Health Bureau takes a priority portion of that, and that's because they are doing the actual inspections within the store, and they are actually providing the annual invoicing. Public Health is more of the soft, gushy part of it, and what we do is we onboard any new jurisdiction that has recently passed a tobacco retail licensing ordinance. So we go out and we welcome them to the family, we give them the packet, we let them know about tobacco retail licensing and why it's important. We provide the initial forms and help them fill them out. We gather the initial fee, and then we hand that back over into our fiscal part, and then that makes its way over to environmental health. And then part of that fee also historically has gone to the sheriff's department, and they will do the active enforcement. So basically what I want to share with you is that our fee, and I kind of like to do a little comparison. So for your reference, you should know that the city of Oakland charges $1,500 for their licensing fee. Santa Cruz County charges $318, and Riverside County $475. So I just like to kind of look at where we are in the scheme of things throughout the state. As I said, you know, we're right in there with most places. Oakland has always historically had an extremely high fee that covers all of the services, very similar to what I'm sharing with you today. So now let's talk about why enforcement's important. I want to set the stage with you. So what I'm sharing with you today are a couple of different statistics. Now, most recently, this statistic, which probably looks a little shocking to you, the 55% of tobacco retailers sold within our region. Now, I'm going to redefine the region for the purposes of this 55%. So this region includes Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito. And this actually was a survey that was conducted within the 3 counties. It was done by the state, and it was done in 2019. Now, when we reached back out to the state of California to get a little more information, they were unable to produce details of, okay, of the 29 stores, can you tell me how many of those were in each county? And can you tell me of each county how many of the 16 sold? They were unable to do that. So even though it does look alarming, keep in mind it is 3 counties, and I cannot really provide a real deep dive into how that went for us. But what I can share are the other 2 statistics, which are very specific to us. So during 2019, the Monterey County Sheriff's Department visited over 123 retailers throughout Monterey County. And of those 123 retailers, 20 sold. And then, of course, due to COVID, we did not have any active enforcement until May of 2021. And the Sheriff's Department again went out and they surveyed. And what I would like to share with you is that survey that we're looking at of the 29 stores were Salinas, Soledad, and Gonzales. And within the cities that sold the 3, 2 citations were issued to the city of Salinas retailers, and 1 citation was issued within Soledad. Now, I want to give you a little bit of background. So now I'm going to talk with you about enforcement. And enforcement, what I mean by that, can involve 2 different things. So we can talk a little bit, I think, for a minute about the enforcement that is actually done that is more punitive, that involves our peace officers. And then we can also talk about enforcement that could involve annual visits. And it's not really the same. So when environmental health goes out and they conduct what we call annual visits, and that's a form of enforcement, but it's not quite the same. Here in a minute, I'll share a little bit more about that. But environmental health goes out, and on an annual basis, they will visit every single retailer who is housed under an existing tobacco retail licensing ordinance. And when they go within that particular store and they're looking for several things. So this little piece right here that you're seeing, the Stake Act sign, every single retailer within California who sells tobacco must have by law the Stake Act sign. So they're making sure that that sign, that little sticker, is at every single point of purchase. And they carry the stickers with them. If they find that the store does not have it, or maybe it's worn out, they give a new one and they ask them to put it up there. The other thing they're looking for is all the tobacco behind the counter. And if it's not behind the counter, is it locked up? Are they selling single cigarettes? You're not allowed to do that by law. So they're making sure all of these kind of federal, state, and local compliance issues are being addressed. So for example, within the city of Pacific Grove, where they ban flavored tobacco products, they're also looking to make sure and ensure that no flavored tobacco products are for sale. Now, the other type of enforcement that is done by the California Department of Public Health and our Monterey County Sheriff's Office is what we call our young adult tobacco purchase surveys. And some people call them sting operations. They have lots of different names. But the California Department of Public Health also visits counties, not necessarily annually. And from time to time, they visit Monterey County. And as a matter of fact, I received word today that they are currently recruiting young adults, and they will be doing some purchase surveys within Monterey County over the next few months. And we'll keep you posted on how that goes. Now, Monterey County Sheriff's Department also does the same idea. They are using youth that are part of their Explorer post. And whenever Monterey County Sheriff's Office goes out or the California Department of Public Health goes out, they are sworn peace officers. So they take the young people out, the young people go into the store, and they attempt to purchase a packet of cigarettes or a vape device or whatever it is that they're going to attempt. If they are successful, then what happens is an actual citation is written. Because they're peace officers, they can write a citation to the clerk that sold under Penal Code 308, and they can also write a citation to the store owner under something called the Stake Act. Now, Environmental Health Bureau would not necessarily do that. Like we said, they do the store visits, but we're going to talk about a change here in a minute that environmental health is going to be stepping up to do. But environmental health are not sworn peace officers. So their enforcement, perhaps, as we're going to talk about in a minute, would be a little bit different. So the nice thing is that the Department of Justice grants are available, and every several years, this money does become available. And as I share in a minute, as we begin to talk about the changes that would happen, and we shift our focus from the Sheriff's Department over to environmental health to begin doing what we call the active enforcement with young adults, they would also have capacity to be able to have this money. Historically, the sheriff has asked for this money and they have been awarded it and they've used it. So we are aware that, again, that money would become available and public health will be helping environmental health in the future to get this money to help them get up off the ground. So before I go on and talk a little bit about current enforcement mechanisms, I want to share with you the update. So over the past year, I have been working with the Sheriff's Department and the Environmental Health Bureau to be able to move what we call the active young adult tobacco purchase surveys out of the kind of the line of the Sheriff's Department and move that over into the line of environmental health. Now, the sheriff is on our call today, so if there are questions, you can, of course, ask. But the sheriff has agreed, and because they have very minimal people power available to be able to do what they have done historically, they agreed that that was the best way to go. We really want to protect our youth and keep tobacco out of their hands, and the stores need to know that when they pay that $384, we want them to be aware that we are using that for the things of education, for those things that have to do with enforcement, so that we can create that level playing field that we promised them. And so that the Environmental Health Bureau, as I said, had done just the store visits. They will now begin, as of July 1st, working with young adults, and they will be setting up their own program to be able to do what we call the young adult tobacco purchase surveys. Now, because, as I said, they are not a peace serving or peace officer, they will actually be writing citations that are part of the actual code itself. So that's where now the tobacco retail licensing ordinance and the mechanisms that are part of that, that's how they will basically do the citation or enforce that particular piece. So I'm going to share a little bit with you now the current mechanisms that are available. So within our actual tobacco retail licensing ordinance, we can suspend their license, we can cancel their license, we can also impose license suspension and fines together. And we're going to talk a little bit about the choices and the ways that can happen. So as you can see here, one of the first penalties that we're going to talk about is for selling without a license. Now, as I said, public health is kind of the first line, or that soft, gushy part that we talk about, and we're the ones that go out to the retailers. For example, if there is a complaint, we like to visit first and let them know, we want to let you know, you can't sell to minors. Here's some information around checking ID. And then at that time, we also might be looking to make sure they have a local license and a state license, because in order to sell tobacco in California, you have to have a state license annually. And if you are in that jurisdiction, one of those jurisdictions that currently has a tobacco retail licensing ordinance, we'll check for that. Periodically, we find out they don't have it. And so then we help them to come into compliance. We've also had several retailers who had the license and didn't renew it, or just were not being good, shall we say, good retailers, and we've had to work with them. But there is a penalty for selling without a license. And so ideally, we want to bring you on board and get you up and running and let you kind of, shall we say, become part of the family. And so if you are not selling, or if you are selling and you do not have a license, the first offense for that would be no license would be issued for 60 days. So if we find out that we've visited you, we've talked with you, you're not filling out your forms, you're just really digging in your heels about the license, then we're going to have some issues with you. So the first penalty might be no license, and we're going to say, okay, I'm not going to issue one for 60 days, which means you're going to have to take all that tobacco off the shelves, and you're not going to be allowed to sell within this jurisdiction. So if there's a second violation within 5 years, and as you can see, the second offense or the third offense, basically the more often it happens, right, the harder we come down on you. So now I want to talk a little bit about what it would look like if I were to be out in the field and we found out that you were actually selling to a minor. Here are some of the ways we can actually enforce this. So the first time we can say for violating that is suspend your tobacco license for 60 days. And you can see that again, every time I come back out and there's a future offense and you keep selling, you can see the harder it is, right? And so basically by the fourth time, we're saying, you know what, we just can't trust that you're not going to sell, and we're going to pull your license. So you're going to have to pull all that tobacco off the shelves, no more tobacco selling for you. Because remember, it's a privilege to sell tobacco. And if you're going to sell tobacco, we not want to know that you're not going to sell to a minor, and that you're going to card, and that you're going to run a safe business. So now let's talk a little bit about what you could do. This is a stipulated fine in lieu of a hearing. So for example, the first two, and if we were to go back here and think about what I just shared, the first two times I catch you selling to a minor, you might say, okay, instead of shutting down for say 2 months, how about I pay a fine of $1,000 and I'll shut down for 1 day. For the first time, you can do that. And for the second time, it's a $5,000 fine, and I shut you down for 10 days. After that, if you sell it the third time, I'm not going to give you those options. So at that point, if it's a stipulated fine in lieu of hearing and it's your third time, you don't get to have what I call kind of another option. At that point, we go back to the previous slide where we discussed where we start having much harder penalties, and we start shutting you down for long periods of time. And of course, if you're not selling tobacco for long periods of time, you're not bringing in that revenue. And that might be one of the main reasons and how you're keeping your doors open. So as I said, we talked about where we had the little piggy banks where we said, okay, I'm going to give you 2 chances here and 2 choices to be able to choose. On the third I'm not letting you have that. So at this point, you can do administrative appeals, right? So you would, as currently as the ordinance is written, the health officer or the designee, in this case, Environmental Health Bureau, you would reach out to them and you would say, okay, I know I've sold 3 times. I have a reason why that might be. I'm going to actually ask, and I'm going to say that I'd like to have basically an appeal or for a hearing. And the retailer has 14 days to write a letter and say, I want to be heard, and I want you to hear why I've sold that 3rd time and what's happening in my store. Maybe I fired the person who's been doing most of the retailing. Who knows? But it's up to them, and that retailer then has 14 days to say, I want to be heard, and I basically have a really good reason. So I want to thank you for your time. I know that today we just kind of went over quite a bit of information. So you might have some questions, and I always encourage you to please reach out to me or my colleagues, because we're here to help, and we want to be able to answer any kind of questions and address anything that you might have concerns on. So thank you.
Mrs. House, thank you so much for your comprehensive presentation. I appreciate your coming back to us with this information. Let me go to my colleagues and see if there's any member of the board who has questions at this point. Seeing nothing from Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Luis Alejo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the kind of the scenarios of how this might play out in the field when enforcing it. And for me, it does make sense to try to switch the enforcement to environmental health when I know our sheriff's department is becoming more limited on being able to do these other types of civil enforcement operations. So the question I have is, why isn't fines available if environmental health gives citations under the ordinance? Is that because the way the ordinance is written, it didn't allow for fines on top of suspensions or cancellations of the license?
Marina, do you want to? I see Marina smiling, so it looks like Marina wants to talk with you about that.
Yeah, I assumed that she was ready for that answer, obviously.
Yes, Supervisor, thank you for your question. So fines are in the ordinance, and it can be at the discretion of the health officer or designee considered, in addition to other penalties, which I'll just mention can be misdemeanors or public nuisance actions. And so there's a $1,000 fine for first offense, or second offense, it would be a $5,000 fine.
Okay, so in a scenario, it could be a fine only, or it could be a fine and a suspension or a cancellation, depending on the gravity of the situation.
Correct, and other penalties are available as well. And the fines are really only available for the first or second offense only. And as Michelle mentioned, for more serious offenders, that option essentially goes away.
And then it becomes a suspension or cancellation.
Right.
Got it. And like I always say, an ordinance is great on paper, but if the retailer world doesn't see that there's any enforcement of it, it's only as good as it's written on paper. It doesn't have any effect. And it is important for retailers to know that annually there is these enforcement operations that do happen. It keeps them on their toes. It shows that the county is doing these checks every year. And then certainly when they get publicized, other retailers hear about it, and they don't want to be in the same situation as somebody who got busted. And so we did all this work to strengthen our ordinance very recently, but the enforcement is what really matters here, for it to work, for it to prevent tobacco getting to the hands of minors, and to just remind our retailers that in Monterey County, we are being vigilant about it, and people will come on and make sure that you're following the law. So with that, thank you for county staff, and appreciate the work going into this and the changes being done, knowing the limitations the sheriff's department had, changing it up to making sure we're able to continue the important work, but through a different county department. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Rudascu.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to acknowledge that this has been a long time coming, getting this whole program up and running, and just the number of people who've all been supportive and pushed and continue to push. I want to give a big shout out to Dale Hillard, who I've been working with for, gosh, it's well over a decade now to get us to where we're at. And I just want to make sure that, Michelle, I have a couple of questions in regards to the enforcement side. So if I'm understanding correctly from this presentation, we're not currently in a place where environmental health is doing enforcement. So I guess the question would be, how many fines have been issued to date?
How many fines? Let me ask.
How many retailers have been, yeah, sorry, I'll reframe that. How many retailers have been cited for a violation thus far?
This fiscal year or?
So far.
So far. Well, I think, let me go back because it was a slide and I'm thinking I can go back and show that slide, but I can actually pull it out. So give me a second while I pull that really quickly. So there was a slide. So basically I go back to 2019. As I said, 2019 specifically, let's talk about our county because as I said, that regional, I can't really break that down for us, but I can tell you that in 2019, we had 20 out of 123 retailers who were issued a citation. So that would have been the actual store person within that store, that retailer would have been issued what we call a citation under PC 308. And then at the same time, they may have also issued a citation under the Stake Act to the seller. So we know that 20 out of the 123 sold, and at least, we know that 20 citations would have been written. And then in 2021, when the 29 stores were visited, 3 were issued, and that was 2 citations within Salinas and 1 within Soledad. Now, since May of 2021, there have been no active enforcements with young people.
Okay,
so that's
great.
the current data. Does that help?
It does. It clarifies because I know that we that does clarify the information that was provided. And so moving forward, I think the other question that I have is in regards to the programs with young folks. I know that we've had folks from some of the students from Sun Street Centers who supported us in the past. Will we be also look at the health department? Will be looking to partner with nonprofit groups who are working with youth on a much larger program basis. Okay, so I see you nodding your head. So I'm
yes, that's it. And actually, it's interesting. We'll just say this, and I'm poor Sun Street Center who might be on the call going, wait, really? That's going to happen. So I would say
nonprofit. I use Sun Street Centers as an example, but I would say a nonprofit that fits with the criteria that have been outlined.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
Great. Okay, well, I'm appreciative of the work that's been done to, like I said, to get things realigned and recognizing that the challenges that the sheriff's office have had to pull staff out of other critical responsibilities. I'm fully supportive of having the health department take on this role. I think that just the cost of staffing has got to be more effective and efficient when we're not using sworn law enforcement to do this work. And I think that ultimately our big goal is to do the education and outreach so that retailers know that it's not okay to sell tobacco to children, and that we're not going to stand for that in Monterey County. We can all agree to follow the law, and if you don't follow the law, we're going to cite you. So thank you, Michelle, for the work that you've done to bring this program up and get everything up and running and to keep it moving forward.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudasky. And I see that Jonathan Thornburg from the Sheriff's Department has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share real quick. We have had some enforcement this year. We collaborated with the health department in the city of Monterey, where we visited the same business twice. The first time they were cited, the second time they were not. So we are able to do some targeted enforcement, which we've been working very close with the health department on. So just wanted to share that still is something that goes on, just not nearly what we had in 19 for the reasons that have been stated.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Phillips, have you any questions or comments at this point?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Then we'll take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment or ask questions on this particular item. I see no one approaching the dais. And I do not see any people with their hands raised. So with that, I will come back and first just give a big shout out to environmental health and also specifically to Michelle and the work that you've been doing on this. It's very much appreciated. And sadly, it's needed again in our county and our community. I really appreciate all of the time and effort that you have put into this entire project and for coming back as you have to bring us what we needed and what we asked for. And I think all of us look forward to continued updates from you on how the program is going and how it works as you implement the strategies that you've identified.
You're very welcome.
Thank you again so much. And with that, we were receiving a presentation and supporting staff to move forward with developing the strategies. I do not think that we need to have a motion to do that at this point. So with that, we will close item number 37. And finally, we will open item number 38, which is to receive a status update on a proposed commercial cannabis tax payment plan and provide direction as appropriate. I would like to give a personal thank you to the audience who has sat here so peacefully and respectfully as we've gone through all of the agenda items that we've had to go through for today. So thank you very much and welcome Joanne Iwamoto for our upcoming presentation.
Thank you. Board members, Chair Adams, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. On June 21st, the program presented a report to bring awareness to this board on our industry's inability to pay their commercial cannabis taxes that are due on or before July 31st. The board directed the program staff to return today to provide a process for a payment plan. Since that date, staff has met with the CAO, the assistant CAO, the treasurer tax collector and her staff, and the budget director on multiple dates to further discuss this very complex matter and to prepare options for the board to consider. This report relays the need for additional time to formulate meaningful options, both for the industry and the county. We will bring those options to the board on July 26th. The Cannabis Committee received public comment related to this item on July 7th. A monthly industry meeting is scheduled for tomorrow morning to further discuss. I know there is significant concern about the impending taxes that are due, and that date is quickly approaching. Staff is considering this as we continue to formulate those options for you to review. So at this time, this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your comments. Let me come to the board before I go out to public questions. Is there any member of the board who wishes to comment on this item at this time? Seeing none in-house, I will go to our remote. Supervisor Phillips, any questions at this point?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Supervisor Rudasky, any questions at this point? Okay, Supervisor Alejo, any questions at this point?
Already done.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you have your legacy hand up, Supervisor. There we go. Thank you. At this point now, we will go out to the public for comment. And I would like to get an idea of about how many people intend to make comments so I'll know what kind of timing that we have. Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the numbers keep rising. Okay. I'm going to have to limit the amount of time that people are able to speak because we do have so many people speaking. And we have Spanish public comments as well. Excellent. Thank you for letting me know. Yes, yes.
La presidenta de la Junta de Supervisores, quisiera ver qué personas pueden levantar la mano las que van a hacer comentario en español para que se den una idea.
Double, yes. Thank you so much, Diego. I'm going to start with Aaron who I need to indicate how much time at this point we're going to give to each of the speakers. I'm going to give Aaron, I'm going to give you 3 minutes. And I'll give each of the speakers,
Yeah, I agree.
I have to give everybody the same, even though I made a personal promise that I would give him more than his allotted share because I cut him off earlier.
I had the opportunity to respond this morning and I'm happy to keep it with everybody else.
Well, I think that you're a wonderful person. So with that, then I think I'm going to go for 1.5 for everyone, please. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for keeping me straight.
Definitely.
Both of you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Attorneys, what can I say?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I urge you, first of all, to take serious consideration about adopting a payment plan for the taxes that are due coming up on July 31st. That's the first item of business going forward. In virtually every tax code, you have a provision for hardship. And if there was ever a hardship in any industry, as indicated by a nearly 75% drop in revenue or price point of a product, now would be the time. So as we will discuss tomorrow with staff and as we go into our meeting in 2 weeks, I strongly urge you to adopt a payment plan for the taxes that will be due. That will provide relief. It'll be immediate and it's needed and necessary. Secondly, I would just reiterate the fact that we're a partnership. We're in partnership with the county. We are competing with the illicit market. We're competing with other counties, and it's imperative at this time to consider a tax freeze. And you'll hear a lot from other growers behind me and other people in the industry. And given my time, I'll just say, please listen to them. Tomorrow we'll bring it up with staff and strongly consider a tax freeze moving forward. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Okay, so now let's begin with our public comments. So who would like to come first?
Good afternoon. My name is Sergio. I operate over 500,000 square feet of cannabis in Monterey County. Been in business for the last 40 years in horticulture. I'd like to bring 3 points because I'm limited on time. One, I'd like for you guys to consider freezing our taxes for minimum 1 year. Second, I'd like to have a retroactive pay. We don't want nothing for free. Retroactive pay for our taxes for the last 2 quarters to be able to be paid with no penalties at $2 per square foot, be paid by the end of this year, December 30th. Third, it would be great going forward when you reassess our taxes to be $1 or that whatever cost you guys need to cover to administrate the program. We as this industry, we employ 6,000 employees. 60% are women. A lot of them are here. Thank you. And we are a few companies in this county who provide full-time jobs for them. Every day we got good for them. And also we, as a company, as in this industry, we got no relief. A lot of companies in this valley, they were able to get COVID relief. We got zero. We had no money. And here we are today trying to be competitive. We cannot borrow money from any financial institutions. So we asking for your help for us to stay here in this valley. I think Monterey County is one of the best counties to grow this flower. We need time. We need you guys to give us a break because we frankly are broke. We have no money to make our payroll, but we would like to continue operating if you allow us to do it. It's completely up in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Hackett, president of Riverview Farms. As you can see, we have roughly 40 to 50 of our employees here with us today to explain to you the severity of the situation that we are in as cannabis cultivators. As we've spoken to you many times, we've been preaching the same message for roughly 8 months. We are in the position of survival mode, and these companies that are left, which is about a dozen of us, cannot continue to operate with taxes. There's no commodity in the world that is taxed as cannabis is, and we have to save the companies that are still here and operating, which, as I've said, is less than a dozen of us. We still are employing roughly 5,000 people plus with year-round work, and we represent a majority of small family farms. We together have come together as a cannabis community and spoken of our challenges with you repeatedly. For the past 6 months, 8 months roughly, we have been operating at a loss, and come the 31st, I don't want it to seem as a shock when the delinquency rate goes to 100%. There is not $1 to pay taxes. My dollars need to go to these people that are working every single day to keep our lights on. And it is important that you recognize this as a new message. We are not asking for a freeze for forever. We are asking for a freeze on cannabis tax to save those that are left of us. We have a window of less than 6 months to either make or break this industry. Please act now. It is survival of the fittest, and there are only a handful left. There will be no cannabis program if we do not make a freeze immediately. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hackett.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Jake from Ladybug Farms. We, the growers of Monterey County, are collectively seeking emergency relief and regulatory leadership. Already in 2022, the local industry is on target to see a 30% plus increase in business closure over 2021. The economic drivers are clear and open to see. Operating costs for farms have increased dramatically over the last 3 years since unprecedented shocks to the global supply chain due to COVID-19. Coupling that with historic stimulus and increasing global dissension have led to emergence of inflation not seen since the 1980s. Adding that to the backdrop to cannabis is an important context to consider. Since 2020, average wholesale prices have fallen more than 60% and operating costs have risen more than 25%. The challenges in the landscape are evident, and what can we do as growers, community members, and regulators to ensure continued industry and local economic growth? An emergency stay on taxes for 2022 is vitally necessary. Removal of penalties and interest accrued on past due delinquent taxes is necessary. Good faith payment plans for taxes previously assessed to allow operators to continue to operate in good standing and navigate adequate delinquency is necessary. As the supply-demand dynamics in the California marketplace correct during this period, we should be collectively working to ensure Monterey County remains the most competitive and resilient growing region to operate a legal cannabis business. Everybody here will tell you that people are on the brink. And I fear that if we don't act now and we don't act swiftly, this will continue to get worse, which we could have prevented it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks.
How are you guys doing? I'm Sean Ray. I work for Riverview Farms as the lead grower. I moved up here about 3 years ago with my family, uprooted everything, and left all of my income behind to jump into this industry and be a legal cannabis cultivator. I've been in the industry for about 20 years, watching its ups and downs, and moved up here in hopes to be a part of legality. And in watching the process in the last 3 years, I've watched it slowly dive into basically having nothing for the farms. We at Riverview Farms have in the last year gone through so many different things and trying to cut our overhead to be able to make profit for ourselves. And it's been very, very difficult. The price has gone down from $1,400 down to $500. It costs about $400 to $500 to produce a pound. And so we are really being squashed to being able to succeed in this industry. And we're hoping that if you guys can really, really bind together with us and be a group together to fight against this demise in our industry. California is a very rough cannabis cultivation industry right now. And the way I view it is we are not battling us against you guys. We're mostly battling us against the black market. Black market is not being taxed. It has no regulations at all. And it's causing everything to be flooded in our industry, which means it's harder for us to sell things and to actually make a dollar. We have to produce product at a very low cost. And it means that those that don't have to do that, which would be black market, can produce a better quality than us. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, Supervisors. My name is Chris Boggs with Wave Rider Nursery. I just wanted to say that it's quite humbling this past year in every way. It's humbling to be in front of you guys asking for more and more help. I would say that everyone in this room is here today out of desperation. our costs, our input costs continue to rise daily, and our revenue seems to be dropping daily. Just today, we were trying to sell some trim, which is a byproduct that used to go for about $100 a pound about a year and a half ago. We were getting $20 a pound for the past 9-10 months. And today he's like, you should just throw it away. It's not worth anything. Like some people are offering like $10, but it's just the hassle and so getting into a different topic, but needless to say, we're struggling at every angle, and the taxes coming due are a definite issue. So I would implore you guys to help us out if you can, both with payment plans, looking at lowering the rate again. And I would say it would be interesting if all these greenhouses were full of cut flowers today, if there was a resurgence in that industry, what that would look like in terms of taxes and how we would be paying for a lot of the programs that we're participating in today, that they would also be participating in. We really do stand out from that in many ways, and the taxation is definitely one of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Saw a lot more hands.
Ocupo tu ayuda. Yo me llamo Cecilia Valdés
My name is Cecilia Valdez.
y yo tengo mucho miedo porque están cobrando la compañía muchos taxes
I'm pretty scared because there's a lot of taxes being charged to the company.
y nosotros tenemos miedo. Yo tengo miedo que no voy a tener trabajo porque no tienen cómo pagarlos.
And we're scared that I'm not going to have jobs, that we're not going to have jobs because we have no way of paying them.
Y yo pago taxes, mis hijos van a la escuela Alizal, tengo 3 hijos y yo tengo que mantenerlos.
So I pay taxes. I have 3 kids who go to Alizal and I have to maintain them.
Y pues yo ocupo el trabajo y por eso todos venimos para acá para apoyar en la compañía.
So I need the work, and that's the reason we're all here to support the company.
Okay, y pues y por eso vinimos pues para hablar con ellos y pues nomás avisar que el trabajo es importante para nosotros y como no hay ventas, no hay cómo pagarlos y pagando taxes.
And that's the reason that we're here, because we're here to support the company, and without paying the taxes, we won't have a company, and that's the reason we're here.
Y que bueno, más quería que ella escuchara que ocupamos el trabajo. No podemos estar sin trabajo y no hay más trabajo aquí.
So I'd like you to hear us, that we're here to support our work. We don't have any other source of work, and that's the reason that we're here today.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks.
Muchas gracias por sus notas.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Adriana y el miedo que tenemos es el mismo que expresaba la compañera.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana. The fear that we have is the same one that was expressed by my coworker.
Aquí no hay más trabajos que nos den para todo el año
We don't have year-round work,
y la compañía nos da trabajo todo el año.
and the company supplies us with year-round work.
Yo soy madre soltera.
I'm a
Tengo
single
2
mother.
hijos
I have two children
que estudian y de mí dependen ellos
who study and they depend on me.
pagar mi renta, como le vuelvo a repetir, para todo el año. Es por eso el que tengo miedo y yo creo que todas las compañeras que venimos, ese es el temor que venimos a expresar.
We have fear, and we're here to share the fear that we don't have year-round employment, and that's the reason that we're here.
Que por los problemas que tienen ellos de pagar demasiados taxis, puedan cerrar la compañía.
Because of the problems that they're facing now with paying higher taxes and the threat of having the company close,
Y nosotros nos quedemos sin trabajo.
and that we'll be left without jobs.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Vanessa y yo trabajo con Riverview.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa, and I work with Riverview.
El día de hoy recibimos una noticia muy triste y muy espantosa para todas nosotras que trabajamos con Riverview.
Today we had a very awful news to all of those that are employed by Riverview.
Igual como mis compañeras mencionan, nosotras tenemos muchas cosas que es hacer support y nuestros hijos es una de las primeras cosas que son. Yo soy una madre soltera.
As my coworker stated, we have a lot of things to be fear of, and one of those is to have job support.
Como vuelvo a decir, soy una madre soltera, y como en la compañía nos provee nuestro salario de lunes a viernes, las horas, todo es por nosotros. Y yo le doy gracias al dueño y a la compañía que nos da ese empleo.
As you see, I'm a single mother of two, and I have reported hours from Monday to Friday, and I'm truly grateful for our boss who pays us for those hours.
Por eso el día de hoy estoy aquí esperando que cambien de opinión sobre los taxis, porque la verdad sí, como somos todas personas que necesitamos este trabajo para todo el año.
So I'm here today so that you might take into consideration reviewing the taxes so that we have and we're able to keep our jobs.
Gracias por escucharnos el día de hoy.
Thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you very much for speaking to us today.
Muchas gracias por hablar con nosotros.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Nancy Jerónimo.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Nancy Guillermo.
La razón por la que estamos aquí, al igual que todas mis compañeras, es el mismo motivo.
The reason that why I'm here is the same as my coworkers, is for the same reason.
En mi caso, tengo más de 3 años trabajando para esta compañía.
In my case, I've been working for this company for more than 3 years.
Es algo que estoy orgullosa de ello.
It's something that I'm very proud of.
Y tengo miedo, al igual que todas, de que pase algún acontecimiento el cual nos pueda cerrar la compañía.
I'm here because I'm sharing some fear that the company might be closing.
Tal como lo vivimos durante la pandemia,
Just as we experienced it during the pandemic,
al cual supimos sobresalir,
to which we were able to overcome.
y espero que siga así por algo que tiene remedio, solución.
And we hope that it stays the same and that we're able to remedy this situation.
Tanto para mí como para mis compañeros.
For myself as well as my coworkers.
Espero que puedan hacer algo al respecto y es todo. Gracias.
I hope that you can do something about this issue and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Osvaldo Rodríguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Osvaldo Rodríguez.
Trabajo para Riverview Farms.
I work for Riverview Farms.
Y buscamos que por favor congelen los taxis.
We're asking you to please freeze the taxes.
Para mantener trabajos para nuestras familias.
So that we can keep the jobs going for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marisol.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisol.
Yo solo quería opinar que sobre esto de que quieren cobrar más taxis. Siempre los más afectados somos los trabajadores.
I just wanted to make a comment as to the freezing of the taxes. Always the ones that are most affected are us, the farm workers.
El patrón, como sea, él tiene la manera de salir adelante.
The boss, as one may see, always has a way to get ahead.
Pero nosotros que dependemos de ese trabajo, vamos a ser los más afectados.
But those of us that depend on those jobs are going to be the ones most affected by it.
Nosotros, nuestras familias que dependen aquí
y en México. Yo soy de Oaxaca
Ourselves, our family who lives in Mexico. I myself, I'm from Oaxaca.
y necesito apoyar a mis papás allá.
And I need to support my parents over there.
Así que les pido que por favor consideren eso. Gracias.
So I'm asking you to please consider this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Carolina. Muchas gracias por recibirnos.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolina. Thank you for having me.
La razón por que estamos aquí es para apoyar a nuestro patrón, a la compañía.
The reason that we're here is to support our boss and to support the company.
Y otra de las razones principal es mantener nuestro trabajo.
And the main reason to be here is to maintain our jobs.
Y la forma de mantener nuestro trabajo es pidiéndoles la ayuda para que no suban más los impuestos y conservar nuestro trabajo.
One way for us to keep our jobs is to please help us by freezing the taxes so that we might be able to keep our jobs.
Seguir teniendo este trabajo nos ayuda a mantener a nuestras familias. Todos tenemos hijos que todavía dependen de nosotros.
Since
Todos los que
2012, we've been able to
padres
work
de
and maintain
familia.
our families as well as all those of us that are here now.
Y estaríamos bien agradecidos con ustedes si nos ayudan a mantener nuestro trabajo.
We would be very thankful to all of you if you could keep our jobs, if you could help us keep our jobs.
Yo pienso que a nadie le gustaría perder su trabajo de la noche a la mañana.
I believe that no one would like to lose his job from overnight.
Inclusive a ustedes tampoco les gustaría, a nadie le gustaría estar en esta situación en la que
Including
estamos
yourselves.
ahorita.
You would not like to be put into this kind of situation.
No.
Le agradecería que consideraran nuestra situación y que fuera bien para nosotros.
I would like to
Seguir
thank you for
teniendo-
considering this situation. That would be a well-being for us
Seguir teniendo esta fuente de ingresos que es la única que tenemos
to keep this source of income going, which is the only one that we have,
y que nos ayuda a pagar nuestras cuentas, renta, cuentas, comida, ropa para nuestros hijos, para nosotros mismos.
which will help us to pay bills such as rent, food on the table, and clothes to our children.
Muchas gracias en nombre de todos los que pudimos pasar y en nombre mío y le agradecería que considerara nuestra petición.
Thank you on behalf of all those that came up, myself, that you would take this into consideration.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ana.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna.
Vengo a pedirles, por favor, que ayuden a nuestros patrones, que ya no les cobren más taxis.
I come here to ask for help to our bosses that you
Nuestra
please do
compañía-
not charge in more taxes.
Nuestra compañía tiene que cerrar y nosotros ocupamos mucho el trabajo por nuestros hijos, por nuestros padres allá en México.
If our company has to close, that will really affect us to keep supporting our children and our parents in Mexico.
Ahora nos subieron más la renta y tenemos que buscar otro trabajo y él nos da todo el año.
Now that our rent has gone up, we will have to go look for another work, whereas our boss gives us year-round work.
Tengo que apoyar a mis dos hijas que están estudiando y de mí dependen.
I also have to support both of my daughters who are going to school and they're dependent on me.
Por favor, hagan algo por nosotros.
Please do something on our behalf.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes. Yo soy María Durán
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Duran.
y también vengo igual que mis compañeros
The same, I'm here as well as my coworkers
a pedir que pues no nos quiten el trabajo,
to ask that we don't lose our jobs,
que es lo único pues que depende de nuestros hijos
which is the only thing that our children depend on.
y pues los papás de México que les tenemos que mandar dinero también.
As well as our need to send money
Y por eso vengo aquí pues a rogarles que pues bajen los impuestos para que pues nos puedan seguir dando trabajo el patrón.
I'm here to plead with you to please lower our taxes so that we might be able to keep working with our boss.
Y pues estoy muy agradecida con él porque pues todo el año nos da trabajo.
I'm very thankful to him because he gives us year-round employment.
Y pues espero que consideren lo que pues todos mis compañeros les estamos pidiendo.
So I'm hoping that you consider everything that me and my coworkers are asking for.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Brianna Silva. And I kind of want to shift the perspective a little bit. So again, I'm here to request the same thing, that we in this market are not asking for a cop out. Again, we're asking for less than a year's worth of grace to stay afloat, really. But I want to bring to the perspective that, you've heard from all of our colleagues that this is a big issue for women specifically. Everyone out here is single mothers, and this is the only industry where we're really provided a year's opportunity of work. And I think it's so important to keep this issue alive, because in our political climate today, where women are so overlooked, I think this really gives us the opportunity to be showing in our county specifically, like, we are going to support women. We are going to make sure you have a job. We're going to make sure that you're a single mother and you can support your kids, because what's more important than really setting up the future for our youth? And yeah, 60% of the workers in this industry are women. And I think this is a direct issue with women as well. And along with that, I would just say, thank you for your time, but also this is much more than just the cannabis industry.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Buenas tardes, yo me llamo Artemio Chávez
Good afternoon, my name is Artemio Chavez.
y vengo aquí a apoyar al mi patrón y a la compañía
I'm here to support my boss and the company
porque pues él no queremos que vaya a cerrar la compañía porque de ahí dependemos nosotros
because we don't want the company to close because we depend on it.
para sacar, para pagar la renta y para ayudar a mi familia en México y
In order to pay rent and to help our families in Mexico.
lo que queremos es que no cierre, que no le suban los taxes,
And what we want is that the taxes don't go up
para que él pueda seguir teniendo la compañía abierta.
in order to keep the company open.
Esto, gracias.
And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment today?
¿Alguien más que quiera hacer comentarios hoy?
Oh, geez, thank you for reminding me.
Hi, my name is Natasha Elliott, and I had no intention of speaking today. And I just wanted to give my support to everybody who is right now struggling. And as a landowner, I represent a landowner here. We've had 4 evictions of operators, and we have 2 more in the works. I take care of the legal side of that, so I don't necessarily work with the operators, but I know that if the taxes are reduced, I might have an opportunity to see some operators on our land succeed. We haven't collected rent on any of them. 6 operators in the past year. So I just had to make a comment that this is serious. Please help them. Please help us as an industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will now go to my online people. Thank you very much. The first person I want to call on is George Allen. Your hand is raised, Mr. Allen. If you would like to speak, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Was it something I said? Excuse me 1 minute. Before everyone goes, could you please say something for me in Spanish?
Antes de que se vayan, por favor, la presidenta de la Junta de Supervisores quisiera decirles algo a ustedes.
I just want to tell them that it took a lot of courage and time for them to come here today.
La presidenta quiere informarles que tomó mucho coraje y tiempo para ustedes haber venido aquí el día de hoy.
And I thank you so very much for speaking from your hearts to tell us the situation in which you find yourselves.
Y les agradece mucho el haber venido a hablar desde su corazón por la situación que los está afectando tanto a ustedes el día de hoy.
I have heard your voices and I thank you again so much for sharing your experience with us.
Ella ha escuchado sus voces y les da muchas gracias por haber compartido sus experiencias el día de hoy con nosotros.
Gracias. Okay, let's have Mr. George Allen. You have 1 minute, 30 seconds for your comments.
Hey, everyone, how are you? Thanks so much for having me. I'm gratefully appreciative of it, and sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I think what I have to say is pretty basic. I saw it, I sent it over in my letter, but I'll generally say it isn't your job to prevent bad economic decisions, and it isn't your job to prevent the natural supply and demand of the industry, but it is your job to give this county the best chance of success. And the cannabis industry today is oversupplied. And the only solution to that problem is that cannabis businesses have to go out of business. That's the law of supply and demand. And it's likely that 50% of canopy in California has to go out of business. The problem is, which farms will it be? Are they yours, Santa Barbara's, Lake County's, Mendocino's? That's the question you have to answer. Too many farms and some gotta go. If Santa Barbara drops their taxes before you do, it's lights out around Monterey, a total wasteland. And when prices do come back, there's gonna be nobody locally to share in the profits with. So be competitive as a county, and drop the tax and do it first. And whatever you do, I implore you, please be fair. Make it applicable to all operators in the county. If you're going to forgive or extend loans to delinquent taxpayers, reimburse those that have already paid you, because that's fair. If you're not fair, you're playing favorites, and government shouldn't play favorites. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And now we have Christina DePaci.
Hi there. Hi there, I'm Christina DePaci. I am CEO and co-founder of Monterey Farms Caliber. We are 210,000 square feet of cultivated space. I just want to echo everyone today. Please, we need a payment plan for the delinquent taxes. There's a zero chance that we're going to be able to pay. The state of the industry is completely disastrous. It is a nightmare to be operating right now. Costs keep going up. Prices are not going anywhere. It is so highly competitive. We need a break on taxes moving forward. It is just so outrageously difficult to operate right now. Please support us. Otherwise, what George says is absolutely correct. There's massive people who are going to get out of business, and everyone needs to band together and support each other in Monterey County. We have a chance of succeeding and getting through this. So thank you so much for your serious consideration of all of this.
Thanks, Ms. DePaci. Next, we'll go to Eloise Shim. You can press, there we go.
Okay, so Eloise Shim here. So really, I don't have any sympathy for the cannabis industry and their inability to not pay their taxes, because business risk is real. Before the pandemic, after the pandemic, the number of small businesses that fail is high in any industry. And a lot of small businesses don't have to pay back money with that PPP money. They just sort of got free money from the government. So in essence, everybody's having a hard time. And the homelessness is up, child homelessness is up, affordable housing, there's no affordable housing, everything, it's a bad time for every industry. And I don't think that they should be favored. If they have to throw away their cannabis, then throw it away. I mean, that's what the law enforcement does. They get rid of it when it's illegal. And the law enforcement, the price for the law enforcement is more for the taxpayer now because of the gateway drug called cannabis.
Thank you, Ms. Shims, for your comments. And now we will go to Marie.
Hello, my name is Marie Momarque, and my brother and I, Alan Hackett, have been operating MD Farms in Salinas since 2017. And I just want to also call in and echo the concerns of all the small farmers and operators in the county, just because in general, we're not treated as a normal business. Of course, we've been overpaying for anything that touches cannabis since we've started, and now everything has gone up, including the cost to operate and fertilizer. And for us, this has been our livelihood since 2017. And in the beginning, when we were paying $15 a square foot, of course, that was really high, and now it is much lower, but we've been just facing all these uneconomic standpoints since the beginning. And of course, now that revenue is down about 60% across the board for all farmers in the state of California, it just seems like we need to be able to have an economically sustainable business just like any other business. We didn't get any federal loan support, of course, because this is still not descheduled. So we live in a place where, license fees are very exorbitant, real estate's really exorbitant. We don't get normal tax deductions. And it's definitely a point of, if we would even be able to sustain all the good things that could happen in the future once we're able to have a normal business. But right now, we just definitely need help from the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marie. And I saw Joey Espinoza had his hand up, but it does not appear to be up now. I know sometimes he has connectivity issues. I will bring the item back to our board, and if he should show up, then we'll give him another opportunity to make his comments. Okay, I'm going to go in the order in which I see them on my screen, and I'll first go to Supervisor Wendy Root Askew. Do you have any questions or comments?
I just appreciate all the feedback and the outreach that's been done by members of the industry. It's helpful to hear your personal perspectives and to understand the nature of the challenges that you're facing. I don't have any questions at this point.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Phillips, have you any comments or questions, or anything like that?
No, but I agree. I think we have a situation that needs to be dealt with. So I'm waiting to have staff get it to us so we can make an informed decision. So,
thank you very much. Next, I will go to Supervisor Lopez.
I think I appreciate all the testimony today. Obviously, it's not something we can act on today, but what I'm hoping industry will work on is an explanation, because I'm at this point unclear and haven't been able to get a clear answer as to why the $161 relief from the state didn't have an impact, right? We all had talked about working together to push for that change at the state level, which we did. And then I think the immediate response was it didn't help at all. So as we move forward, I need help understanding that as part of the larger equation as we look to make these changes, because I'm just confused on how that played out and what the scenario is. It's not for today. We're not going to use that. This isn't the forum. That's the education that needs to happen before we get to a place where we're making a decision. So I'm just asking that over the next few weeks or week, whatever time frame we have, that work be done, because I think that's critical for us and for the general public to understand, because it's kind of hard to hear. Hey, $161 a pound got pulled off. Oh, wait, no, there's no relief on that. So I need some education there. I need some help with that. So I'm asking for that. But other than that, I do appreciate the testimony today. I understand the pressure everybody's been under. We've been in this partnership together for years, trying to make it work out, and it's going to be tough. I mean, we're seeing additional massive amounts of square footage come online, specifically out of Ventura, and not to mention other counties. But those pressures are not going to be easy to overcome, but I agree that we need to be one of those regions that comes out on top. How we get there is something we need to map together, but that takes continued relationship building and education. So thank you all for your testimony today, and I look forward to seeing what staff brings back on the payment plan option, but also getting some additional information on some of those other pieces.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I would agree with Supervisor Lopez. So we knew this day was coming at some point, as this has happened in other states as well, with the influx of major investment and major production. But that moment is here, and it's not an easy situation. Some of the decisions are hard to undo because it has to do with last year's county income and revenues. And it's hard to undo something when it's already been spent. Otherwise, you're taking from other existing important county programs. And I hear everybody's pleas, and I want to thank the workers also for coming. I acknowledge their concerns that are the same as employers. If an employer is not able to continue, they also lose out on their jobs and their income and their stability and their abilities to pay, even families who live abroad. So I take that to heart. But I also, and I brought this up last time, was also there had 161 of state tax relief being shifted to the excise tax is significant. It has to have an impact. It just went into effect in the budget adopted in last month. And so it's hard to say it didn't have an impact yet, because there hasn't been enough time, and we have to be realistic about that. The other thing that I always ask in these meetings is reports from staff of where we are at in terms of the sales of cannabis. We have the data. Last time I asked, it wasn't presented, but when they brought it up, that showed that the average amounts of what it was being sold had increased from March to, I think, May. I think it was the last month we had, but there was a significant increase. It's certainly not where any of us wanted to be, but there was some increase. And so next time this comes up, if we have any data for June, any data for July, that's certainly important, because it lets us know where the market is each month. That's so much changed. Early last year, the amounts were different from the summer, from fall and the winter. And the staff just needs to continually bring that information for us to consider when we're making these decisions. I'm certainly open to providing that payment plan option as an option, as we brought this up last time. But otherwise, there's going to be some hard decisions to be made here if we're having to take from other programs that we already adopted our budget at the end of last month, the final vote. And that's what makes the challenges more difficult for us. But I do appreciate all the concerns expressed here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So I think, I don't know, I view this just a little bit differently, because for me, it just seems like our goal should be to ensure that we keep Monterey County's industry viable. I think that if people go out of business, we're going to lose square footage, and we're going to reduce the long-term opportunities that we have to have a strong foothold in the state in this industry. I think that we truly are one of the best counties for the cannabis industry. And I believe that unless we are able to do what we need to do for the industry and for those 6,000 workers that are in the industry, to help them get through this tenuous time, it's going to be over, and we will have lost every opportunity to move forward. I know that there are so many people who have invested everything that they have to make a go of this, and they've been following, playing by the rules. They could be in the illicit market, but they're not. They're playing in the bright light. And I just feel like we ought to be able to come up with some plan that will work, that will be able to support them through this difficult time, so that we're able to continue to keep going. I support either some sort of a payment plan. I'm fearful about the date of July 31st. I feel like we should move that date so that people don't feel like there's just this, sword over their heads at this point with that deadline. I understand that there's a meeting that's coming up with Joanne in the next, day or two. My hope is that at that meeting, you'll be able to come forward with some things that you believe will work for both the industry and for the responsibilities that Joanne has as far as the county goes. But I really feel like we are facing up front and personal right now, a real need within this industry. And our goal has got to be to support it so that we are not going to lose our foothold. With that, I think that we have covered all of the public comment that we have, and we've heard from all of our supervisors. And at this point, I am unsure whether we need to have recommended action other than to support development of a solution to this problem in which we find ourselves now. Thank you, Ms. Joanne. If you can make some comments, that'd be great.
I just was waiting.
Coming up to get your papers?
No, I was just waiting to see if you had any other questions.
Right. So it seems I do not have any additional questions. I just have the comment that I believe it is incumbent upon us. And I'm looking at you because you'll be the one working with the industry tomorrow and the next day to come up with something that will work for both sides so that we don't lose our foothold here.
Yes, and that's what we have done always in the past. We work with the industry very closely, but I also work with the county departments. And so we are trying to create some meaningful options for the board to consider with both of those players in mind.
Okay, good. I do not believe that we need a motion for this.
You do not need a motion to accept the status update, but sub-item B allows for some direction to be given to staff with respect to the matter.
Well, I think the direction that we've been given, that we are giving, and I think even though we have a different approach among ourselves as supervisors, I think the direction has been, we have to come up with a solution. So whatever that may be, I'm waiting to hear, but the goal is to ensure that the industry does not lose its foothold and that we are able to move forward to keep the industry going and keep 6,000 people working.
Ms. Iwamoto, did you have a date certain in mind to report back?
Yes, we will be back on July 26th.
Okay, by July 26th.
Madam Chair, and I think as was suggested by some of my colleagues, I think the direction ought to be look at putting together a payment plan and some relief in that form, at least as one of the alternatives to relief.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Phillips. That's good. And removing the July 31 deadline, that may be another thing to look at.
I would need to defer to either to Mr. Brer or to the treasurer tax collector because I don't have the authority to.
Right, these are just suggestions.
Oh, suggestions.
Right.
To remove.
Not the 10 commandments, it's the 10 suggestions.
The 10 suggestions.
So, there we
Okay,
go.
so the suggestion or the direction is to remove the July 31st due date?
I think
If I might suggest a
revisit
motion,
it.
a motion would be in order to direct staff to return on July 26th with all options available to aid the industry, including but not limited to a payment plan, consideration of removing or delaying the July 31st due date and other appropriate options.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Just like he said.
All right, thank you.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Ask you.
And Madam Chair, if we could make sure that report comes back with what are the ramifications of the various options that get brought forward. In other words, if the tax rate is reduced or there's forgiveness on any of the taxes, what are the implications for funding the program, for other aspects of an impact to the county? I think that should be part of
And to the industry as well, obviously.
Correct. Yes, we will do that. I might just add, so we have been allotted 1 hour on the 26th, but this is a complex matter. And so I just want you to be aware of that. So we will try to make the presentation as quickly as we can.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we have a motion and a second. If we could please have a roll call vote.
Aye.
Supervisor Leo, thank you. Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you all so very much for all of your time and attention today. It's been a long day, but it's been very good. And guess what? It's not over yet. We need to go backwards now and look at item number 34.
Right. So, we do have item 34. It has already been a long day. So if the board wants to hear it, I think Mr. Gonzalez is on. You could also continue it to another date or a date uncertain.
Given the report, I'd be comfortable continuing at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. We will continue that date. Do we need to have a vote on that? We do indeed. So could we have a motion in a second?
I'll second.
Lopez and Adams, we're good here. So let's have a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming up with that suggestion, County Administrative Officer. Okay, with that, we will now go into other board matters and CAO comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comments this week.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to board comments. I'll start with Supervisor Lopez, who's right here by me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to share, we had a great town hall down in San Ardo last week. The community's excited about some of the things our board has done, and so excited to be taking the show back on the road as we do our listening tour this fall. This Thursday evening, we will be doing an open house at our office in Greenfield, showing off the second annual art contest winners of our We Are Southern Monterey County Art Competition. We've got some amazing selections from all genres, so we're excited for that. It'll be this Thursday evening. We'll also be recognizing our Young Leadership Program graduates. So invite folks out to that at Greenfield City Hall on Thursday at 5:30. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going in order of my view, and that will next have Supervisor Rudascu.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to I think everyone should have heard by now that we are hosting our first homeless summit on Thursday, this Thursday, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. It'll be virtual, held on Zoom. We are hoping that every one of our local elected and appointed officials will be able to join us to learn about the 5-year plan that we have to get data on our most recent homeless census count. You can find information and register online at the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers website. But I do want to thank all of the staff that have worked so hard to pull this together. It is going to be a jam-packed summit with lots of information that's very actionable for our local jurisdictions and local organizations to support a coordinated response. I also want to thank the health department for getting pediatric vaccines out into the community. We know these vaccines are now available. However, not all of the vaccinators are eligible to vaccinate the littlest ones who are eligible. So the Monterey County Health Department is hosting clinics throughout the community. We have one scheduled on Thursday from 4 to 7 p.m. at Friendship Baptist Church in Seaside. I want to encourage everyone who's looking for a vaccination for their little ones to come on out and join us for that. And I think that was all I had. So thank you for the meeting today, and lots of great public comment we heard.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rudascu. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, well, we passed that resolution today, and Claudia from my office and my wife went out and presented that resolution on our behalf to the Shake family when they're naming the street in Sand City for the Shake family and all they've done for that. So I know they were appreciative of our board resolution. With the closing of Sun Street and moving more of the operations out in the Baranda area to Madison Lane, Supervisor Lopez and I have been working on, and I'm organizing a town hall meeting to just explain the changes that are going to be occurring and the things we're doing to alleviate some of the burden that might be created there. So we're in the process of setting that up, which should be set up in about a week and a half. So that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to comment on the shake resolution. I was thinking about this and talk about an ecumenical resolution when it's given by the supervisor from the 2nd district to the family who lives in the 5th district for a street that's been named in the 4th district. You know, we need to get Chris and Luis in on this gig, but thank you very much for doing that, John. Thank you. Now we have Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, proud to support that resolution honoring the Sheikh family as well on behalf of District 1. But I just want to add on to what Supervisor Askew said, as we do hope many elected officials could join in, decision makers, not just city or counties, but school districts, and certainly community and neighborhood leaders. As of yesterday, I think we had almost 350 people subscribe. We hope by Thursday we'll have over 400 residents subscribe to join us on Thursday. That's an excellent example, and I hope that it will inspire other counties to do the same, so they could help draw energy and attention and motivation and inspiration to not just do a 5-year plan that sits on a shelf, but that it's a document that is alive, that has support in each of our area counties, San Benito and Santa Cruz County. And the more important work is actually implementing it to build the political will and political capital to carry forward projects. We know that this work is not easy, that it often gets met with resistance and concerns. And so as a county, all these efforts that we have done over the last 2, 3, 4 years have helped build more support in different parts of the county, where at one point we all know that that wasn't there. And now we have some of our panelists who are now become champions, for example, in South County, that are part of the panel. I'm excited to see that evolution and that increase in leadership in other parts of the county where elected leaders are willing to take leadership and implement projects that are good in their county. And I think the examples that we have done in Seaside, our Share Center, the Good Night Inn, are examples that you can do this kind of work and address the public's perception or the stereotypes, security concerns, to make sure that they're managed and they're done properly. And so that is critical. The other big thing that will be announced that day is the point in time count. That is our biennial census that is done on our homeless population. We had a 1-year reprieve last year because of the pandemic, but we will be releasing our latest numbers, and those numbers are important in terms of money that is drawn down from state and federal dollars to address the needs of our homeless population. So I want to just ask our community to stay tuned for that important report that will come out as well. The only last thing I would announce is I want to thank my staff, Javier and Jasmine. We had a 2-year hiatus of not doing our Young Supervisors program. We brought that back this year. It's only a 1-month summer program as an introduction into county government. Before that, I had done it for 6 years in the state assembly. But over the life of this project, we think we've graduated over 250 young people, primarily of Salinas. We never turn any other young person away. We've had young people come as far away as from Watsonville, but we've been able to help them develop the resumes, develop leadership, and even follow them throughout their careers. They finished the university, they've gone to graduate and professional schools, and today they are carrying out their careers, and we're still in touch with them till this day. And so that's been an exciting part of my office, and we look forward to introducing them very soon here at our meeting, I believe on the 19th. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I have just a few things. I want to thank the county office, the OES staff, and all the county staff who participated in the Emergency Operations Center exercise before the holiday. The simulated disaster included both an earthquake and a wildfire, and was a great learning experience for everyone involved. It was really exciting to see the OES so fully staffed, and everyone was really serious about the work that they were doing. Additionally, I thoroughly enjoyed participating in the Native Sons of the Golden West's East-West Wing Historical Landmark dedication last week. It was honoring the architectural and historical significance of the East-West Wing and its importance both to Monterey County and California history. It also recognized Monterey Peninsula architect Robert Stanton and the design contributions of the renowned artist Joe Mora. it was very, really nice to be able to be part of that. I'm looking forward to the Homeless Summit as well. It's something that we've been working on for quite some time as far as the issue of homelessness, going back to my years at United Way and all other places beforehand. And just so thankful to Supervisor Rude Askew's office and Yuri Anderson, I know specifically has really been putting a lot of time and effort into it. The agenda lineup is very impressive. And I think it's going to be something that all of us are really going to benefit from. So just a real thank you to District 4, and I believe District 1, Luis was involved with it as well. So thanks to from me to all of you for bringing this to fruition. With that, I'll look over to see if we have read up from closed session today.
There was no reportable action today, Chair.
Thank you very much, County Council. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. See you next week.